Okay, hello everybody. Okay, now I can actually see my mic. See that it's actually working. So let's see if third time's a charm. Sad. Just give me a second to send it out. Um, man, it's not even showing up on YouTube, man. Google Plus Hangouts are so annoying. Oh, sorry for all confusion. I'm, I'm annoyed. Minus my connection. My connection's fine. Are you able to hear me? I don't know why it's not showing up on YouTube though. Like it should be showing up on YouTube so everybody could see it. Okay. Damn, man. How come it's not showing up on my channel? I'm so confused, man. Just like. Okay, so like I feel like there's so many hangouts going on at one time. I'm getting comments from different videos. Wow, it's just a bunch of different videos. Okay, anyways, if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to ask me right now. Starting so many, I, I started 3 different hangouts because I was having technical difficulties. But if you have anything, just if you want to ask me anything, leave a comment, and if you guys want to join the hangout, then feel free to join. And if you need the link, then I can provide the link for you guys to join as well. So anyways, sorry for all of that, and hopefully we can get started. I'm just gonna have to go from video to kind of get the comments. All right. Well, since 3 viewers right now, don't really know who they are. Rui, is that how I say it? Is that how you say it properly? Rui? Rui Moriri? I hope I'm saying that right. Okay, okay, he's back again. I guess he's having some technical difficulties as well. Alright, so you guys that are watching, how you guys doing? I'm sorry I don't have a camera. I was using my as a camera, but the tablet's dead now, so I'm trying to charge it. Can you guys see the link on my YouTube channel? I'm wondering if you can you guys see it on my channel at all? Because I don't know. Whenever I go on my channel, I can't see anything at all. gosh. Hello, hello, Louis. Um, Louis, can you see? Did you see the link to the live stream on my channel? Like I don't see it at all. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well. Okay. There's a link to my channel. That's just weird because I haven't seen it, and like whenever I'm commenting, I'm getting comments from a bunch of different videos, which is really confusing right now because it sounds like there's multiple streams going on at one time, which you guys can all hear me right now. Yeah, sorry, Commodore. Like I'm sort of confused what's going on right now. It
As I
sounds
say,
like.
do not cross the streams.
Pardon me?
As I say in
What did you
Ghostbusters,
say?
don't cross the streams.
Man, I screwed up royally.
It happens. We're all human.
And well, I'm just trying to see if I can get I don't know. I'm getting comments from like 3 different streams, and it's annoying me, man.
Just put the link in the video.
Yeah. All right.
I
Yeah,
don't know
I'll
which
do
video it
this.
is because you're not in it. Well, you're not in the one that whatever. You know what I mean? You're in the
Yeah. All right.
yeah. Ruby and I were
Well,
in the other stream, and I had to
people
break
actually
off
join. 'Cause
garbage.
do you guys have me? Are you guys in my circle in Google Plus?
I just added you to one of my circles.
Oh, because I don't know. Maybe I should re-invite, like send out a invite to people in my circles. I did it earlier, but I hate Google Plus. I seriously hate it. Like, I seriously hate it, man. Like,
I would
it,
like the
like,
Google. I would like the Google Plus integration. If it was a lot better. If it was more tightly
yeah.
integrated.
I ended like they need to do a lot more work on it to make it more stable. Cause every single time I start a Google Plus Hangout, like I always have a bunch of problems for no reason.
I thought YouTube was gonna get better engineers for live stream from Twitch, but that was acquired by Amazon. But whatever.
Wow. All right. Well, I just sent out an invite, so hopefully it'll come. It says we got 2 viewers now. See where we go from there. So just give me a second, just to.
It's me. Uh, Maybe I should tweet this or something, Facebook, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now. Everywhere, and then see where we go from there.
Alright, I can just close this
Yeah,
tab. Oh
Google.
wait, now you have one viewer now.
Yeah.
That's one guy or gal. You must be awesome for watching us. We're doing absolutely nothing. We are feeling really bad.
uh, we're that cool. Uh, okay, whatever. Man, this is just really annoying, man.
It happens. But
No, because there's a bunch of people that are like that are saying that they want to join the Hangout, but it's on.
the other feed. Can't you delete the
Yeah,
other ones?
that's what I did.
Oh.
I
Oh, and now people can't get the message. Hmm.
Wait, how come I'm hearing myself now? Hearing.
Oh, it's just
Okay,
power
I'm
message.
hearing.
Let me go
Oh,
further away. There we go. That's better. Can you hear yourself now? Hello, you there?
yeah, yeah, I can hear myself.
Hmm. Alright, let me mute myself. See what happens. I just want to see if it's my fault.
All right. So I.
Was it my fault? Hmm? Could you hear
Okay.
yourself? When I was muted.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
No, not I can't.
Okay.
Hello. Okay,
How
this
many
is.
viewers do you have? Come on, we got to make this more interesting.
Why is he? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. How did it? Okay, hold on. How come it's saying Commodore is muted now? What the hell, man? How? And how do I unmute somebody? I don't even know how I did that. Google Plus. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna have like a aneurysm.
I
Okay.
can unmute myself, can I?
Okay. Yeah, now you're unmuted. Okay.
Okay, that's just weird. What is a committee of who gets muted or what? You know?
Yeah, I don't even know what I did. I just conversation again, and then all of a sudden you're mute. Whatever. Anyways, let's see if we can just get this Google Hangout started. I guess, like instead of trying to freak out. Um, I guess eventually. So, okay, I got a few comments.
Oh, excellent. Why don't we just answer some few questions or something?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, if you guys are in the Hangout and you can hear me, respond with a yes. Tell me that you guys can hear me. And I want to know like which stream everything's coming from. And if you guys can, even if you don't have a mic, try and join. Just join the Google Plus Hangout, and then you guys can send comments from there. So it'll be to read the comments instead of going back and forth from YouTube. Okay, so this guy wants to know how to join. All right.
Click on a link. Or did you put the link in there?
Let's see.
That.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a link.
There's so many places to interact with your audience on this stream, and it just, ugh. Why can't we choose one that's
Yeah.
organized?
Man, I don't. Come on. Okay, so Dennis said that they can hear me. They can hear me. So, okay, that's perfect. Okay, so somebody else join. All right, Omari. So what's up, Omari?
Chilling, dude.
And all right, I don't have a camera, so we're focusing on you. You're famous right now.
That better not be a sickleweed.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Alright, perfect. Alright, my bad for all the confusion, man. Like, seriously, my bad.
Okay, since we have a crowd, maybe we can start answering
Taking other stuff. So.
Ooh, Pitbull.
Chilling, brother, chilling.
Man, I don't even.
Anyway, how about if we just talk about a few things? Like, what do you think of Swift?
What do I think of Swift?
Yes.
What is? I've never even heard of Swift.
Oh, you've never even heard of Swift? It's, okay, think of Objective-C without the C.
Without the C.
That's Apple's real new language, and I heard it's pretty good.
I hate Objective-C with a passion. Oh my gosh, I don't like it, man. I don't like anything. I don't like anything that Apple makes, man. Apple annoys me. Like, I don't know. Like, I hate all
Core audio and core video. Those are great APIs.
Hmm?
What about core audio and core video and Quartz? Those are great libraries.
I don't care for any of that. But yeah, to be honest, like the thing about Apple is like I feel like they limit you so much. Whenever you want to do anything for Apple, you're sort of limited to their platform. You're limited to sort of your flexibility. You know what I mean? So like.
Not really. Well, they do like to lock the end user in, but it is easier now than ever to buy an Apple computer and develop for non-Apple hardware.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if I wanted to develop an app for iPhone, right?
Yeah, you need that.
Yeah, so like it seems like why do I need to buy a whole bunch of Apple products just for to run? Like,
here's how
look
you
at your
do it.
iPhone, for example.
Here's how you do it. You get the shittiest Mac you can that will run the modern day Apple operating system. Get the 2007, the mid 2007 MacBook Pro, and you'll be good. You can run every version of OS 10 that was ever available for Intel.
Well, I did I had a 2009 mid 2009 one that I bought for like $500, but like honestly. Like it was a really good deal and it was a good laptop, but like it just I'm not a Mac guy. Like
Neither am I,
can't.
Seeking to develop applications on Mac, I think it's a good idea to and you're a Windows user. instead of going out and spending all that money on Mac, it's a good idea to invest on a decent Windows machine and running iOS on a virtual machine.
Yeah, well, I tried.
There's no iOS virtual
I
machine
have
for Windows. Is there?
I have it run on my machine.
like on the Mac virtual machine. Yeah, but like because my CPU is AMD,
Yeah.
and so it doesn't for it because Mac is Intel based or whatever. It doesn't work properly. So if I want to run it in a virtual machine, I have to switch my CPU to Intel based one if I really want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What CPU do you have for AMD?
I think it's FX 850. I think I don't remember.
I have the
Yeah, but
Phenom something or other.
It runs pretty good
1045T.
with the
I
virtual machine.
I can't hear you that well. Could you boost up your mic?
Let me try that out.
There he goes. How much better?
What happened was I had my webcam as my default mic, so it's kind of low. I have the
I do too.
XFX 6100 6-core processor. Well, it's actually not 6 cores, but they say it is. But it runs pretty good with the virtual machine on running Linux and Mac.
well, I don't know. I tried and the best I could get was running was OS X Snow Leopard,
Yeah.
and because I need I think Mavericks or something in order to get Xcode 5 or something within Xcode 5 or something, which I couldn't get in Snow Leopard, so I just like whatever, give up. I'm sort of done with. Oh,
Oh, we got
so
some
now
people here.
I'm just done with like Apple iOS app development. Like it's just too stressful. Like if you can deal with the stress and the headache that Apple puts you through, then by all means you could do it. But it's just not worth it. Like
I
I
mean,
feel
I try to use all operating systems, but for some
Yeah, I
reason,
do true. I do too, just so people don't call me a fanboy of anything, you know what I mean?
I've used the Ubuntu, Linux, Mint, Red Hat, uh, CentOS, but for some reason I'm not a Mac fan. I just can't get into it.
I can't get into it either. I am pretty fond of the operating system they do have, but it's okay. But well, I see it as Apple products are for people who are into media because they don't want uh, their media Adobe stuff to crash because Apple just hires Adobe engineers to do extensive debugging, a bit more extra than Windows, but they just compensate them for their time. And for everybody else, it's just for people who don't know how to use computers, or people who develop programs for people who don't know how to use computers.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
pretty much all it's for.
with Windows and Adobe, I mean, all it really needs is a decent processor and a sufficient amount of RAM, and you're good. I mean, if
But
you're
we did not come here for an OS kind of war. We came here for like program stuff and
well,
I said,
latest
actually that's
project
about
I'm
Swift.
trying to get into is how to
oh,
create the apps on Android Studio.
yeah, give me a guys. All right, I just gotta just gonna see if I can set up a webcam real quickly. Uh, but in the meantime, if you wanna ask me anything programming related or anything about life, you can do that. I'm just gonna try to set this up in the meantime.
I'd like to ask you guys if you know anything about
But
Android Studio.
What about it?
Do you guys know how to develop apps on it?
for Android Studio,
Yeah.
I've heard about it. Like I haven't actually used it, but I don't really need it to develop for Android. Cause
I'm not
What you
familiar with
use to
Android
develop?
Studio. Is that some sort of middleware stuff that you can develop applications without programming?
No, you have to use programming. There are a couple plug and play applications where you can just plug it and drop it in, such as like the
Oh, so it's a framework.
Yeah, it's a framework.
Okay.
I'm loading it up on my machine right now, so I can show you.
So what makes it different than like the other frameworks? Like, is it any different than using like what advantages does Designer Studio give you?
That's the thing. I'm just starting to do research on it. Like literally yesterday. I'm not
Hey.
sure much about developing apps.
Hold on.
All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to set my webcam real quick.
Of it.
All right. Oh. Whoa. Okay, so
Sorry, it wasn't a call. Alright. Wow, nothing really happened while I was gone.
yeah, I'm just trying to set up my webcam, but
Well, do we really need to? Do we just need audio? You know, we got good audio.
all right, well,
Oh, speaking of audio, I've been thinking of getting the Behring C1. Have you heard of it? Well, what do you think of it?
getting what?
The
Sorry,
Behring C1. Or as they say in non-Germany, Behringer. There we go. What do
I
you think
don't.
pronounced it the right way?
I that is.
Well, Behringer's not the right way because it's a German company. And they say Behringer there. But anyway, what do you think of the microphone?
Give me a sec. I'm so sorry. Give me a sec.
No problem.
So is that like a high quality microphone or what's
It's a condenser, but it's better than I have.
Ah,
You know, I just don't know how well it compares with, you know, other stuffs.
sounds
But
very
I do
interesting.
have a low budget, and I don't mind getting a Phantom Power mixer. I prefer to get XLR
Do a
versus
lot of.
USB. Hmm?
So do you do a lot of like you seem knowledgeable and sort of like sound like sort of knowledgeable and like sound equipment. Do you do a lot of like music production like for games or do you just
Not at all. Just have a little bit of interest, you know.
Ah,
Maybe I should try to
uh,
learn a bit more by teaching. I heard recently if you want to learn something and retain it, the best way is to teach somebody.
yeah.
yep, that's what I believe in. That's how I actually got started in my YouTube videos
Oh, so you did it for selfish
because
reasons. So
like I wanted. Pardon me?
you did it for selfish reasons. I'm kidding though, but yeah.
I
That is
started
the
because I
best
was
way to
like.
retain information.
Pardon me?
Said it is the best way to retain information by teaching others.
Well, yes, that because it goes
Yeah.
back to the, I guess, early days of Mon when we could actually communicate with one another, and that sent a subconscious message to our brains: "Hey, this shit is so important. We have to teach somebody it. So if it's so important that I need to teach it, I need to know this shit."
Yeah, because you're held at a higher
Yep.
standard. So That's pretty good.
So that's why I understand. Like if I know it enough that I can teach it and make it easy for people to learn, then I know I understand it fully. That's how my channel got started, and I don't know. It's a real cool way to learn. Like I encourage people, like even if you don't even want to make YouTube videos, like teach it to yourself, teach it to a family member, teach it to anybody.
Or teach it to the
It
air.
helps you learn. You learn a lot. Yeah, you don't like just
Practice teaching it.
out loud.
Mm.
Like that's what I do for like a bunch of stuff I haven't made tutorials for, but I do it all the time. Like even when I was studying for like my interview and stuff, and if I fully understood everything, I was like, man, I'm just talking it through to myself and seeing actually
I find that
understand
it helps
everything.
that you have a physical notebook with note cards, like flash index cards, where you could just drill yourself on what does what.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have told me to do that, but I've never really got it.
Yeah, I've
Maybe
never
I
been
should.
the flashcard type of guy, but
Yeah.
once I go over something
Well,
two,
there's
three
just
times,
like tools in your arsenal, just to do things and get things done.
yeah,
You know,
pretty much for me, they say like you repeat something 3 times and it sticks. It's repetition.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
But I find once I go over a certain topic or subject 3 times, it pretty much sticks for me.
Yeah, man, can you guys check my YouTube channel real quick and see if you see the live stream on there?
Oh, let me go check. Well, I'm not seeing the video. Oh wait, that because I haven't refreshed it. Oh, and just all comments. There we go. Oh, that's good to see. Uh, Hold on, let me just mute it for a few seconds. Let me go find the mute button. I don't know what the. There we go. Hangouts. No, Allison, there's a tab.
It's just a tab.
No, I couldn't find a mute button because I was in the right tab, and I don't know which tab it was. I had so many tabs.
Uh, hmm, hmm, man, it's so annoying. I don't think I'm using Google Plus Hangouts again, man.
Why is that?
Maybe Skype.
Like it's just every single time I use it, like I owe problems, man. Like just setting it up,
Who's your
like it's just
is it
annoying.
is it a internet issue or hardware issue?
No, it's like it's not. It just I can't. Every single time I try to, I can't get Google Plus to link to YouTube, and then I'll get it working, and then when I get it linked, then my mic won't work for whatever reason, or people can't connect, or I can't see my comments. Like there's something wrong with the link. I don't know.
Hmm. Well, we have a whole bunch of people here now.
It's actually my first
Yeah,
time
so
using
I must have done. The last Hangouts were really good, but it took like so long just to get everything set up. But as for everybody here, like it's like a bunch of other people here. Like, how are you guys doing? Like, let Timster, we have Rui. What is that? We have Dan. Are they even here? Or are they just kind of like just
Hmm.
lollygagging? Oh, damn.
Everybody else in the YouTube, not the YouTube, the Google Plus Hangout, go on the corner of the screen where you see a little bubble chat or chat bubble. Click on that and type something in the chat so we can know you're there.
Uh, I just wanted to show up on my channel like it used to. That's all
Yeah.
I want to do.
Hmm.
Like, oh, come on, YouTube, man.
There
Piss
we
me
go. Everybody's
off.
here. The gang's all here. There we go. But what did you want to talk about?
For me, like, it's up to you guys. Like, you guys, I did this
Let's
hangout
talk
so you
about
guys can ask me any
day-to-day.
questions because a lot of people have a whole bunch of questions, but I can't really answer all those questions. So if you guys have any questions about anything programming related, or if you guys want to ask me about how my life is going, or anything that I do, or whatever, then it's up to you.
So what do you do
So what do I do like
as far
on a
as
daily basis?
yeah?
Well, so did you watch the video about when I said that I dropped out of college?
No, I just
Yes.
it's the first time I'm
Oh, all
Oh
right.
yes, you said it
Well,
was a waste of time because they were teaching shit you already knew,
yeah,
right?
basically. No, it
so
wasn't. It wasn't just that. Like, it just seemed like they were just scamming my money. Like, even if I didn't know anything, it didn't seem like it was actually worth it. So, anyways, I dropped out, and whatnot. For the past few months, I've just been just working on myself and working on programming and working on improving. So, on a daily basis, like what I'll do, like I just basically like normally I wake up at like 3 or 4, like in the evening, like 10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Cause sort of a night owl. Cause I can like when you work through the night, there's no distractions, like no parents, no anything distracting you. But anyways, so but now I just got an internship at Ubisoft, so
nice.
in September, and
Right.
anyways, hopefully, like if I do well, then I could possibly get an extension, but or if they have a spot available, then I can possibly get an extension or get a full-time job. But I'm just hoping to learn from as much people as possible. So hopefully that, but
So why did you feel like you're being cheated?
still gotta find it.
Come again?
What did you say?
So why did you feel like you're being cheated?
Why I
He's
feel like I was
asking
being
why
treated
you were feeling
in
you've been
school?
cheated.
Yeah, simply because like in when you go to college and university and stuff like that, like okay, you learn like they teach you certain things, right? You learn certain things, right? But everything you do is based you learn it on your own, right? You'll go to a lecture or something, do something basic, but if you really want to learn the topic, you're learning it on your own anyways. And once you
Yes,
leave
you read the books.
college, yeah, and once you leave college or university, once you get into the workforce, you're right. You're always gonna have to. I feel like paying like all that money for to study on your own. Like, might as well just stay at home, study. You can learn a lot more
Yeah,
because in a
buy the
lecture,
books. Take a test. Like, get an examination, get a piece of paper, then you're good. It's a lot cheaper than fucking college.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like, I'm just upset. Like, I'm just upset. Like when you're
Also,
going
most
to
of the
like
stuff that
3 hour
you
lectures.
and most of the stuff they were teaching in that quote unquote college, you could probably learn from just by watching extra credits.
Really?
Yeah, like
I never
it's
been to
it's
college,
not. Pardon me.
so I never went to college, so I didn't know.
Well, I can never afford it.
Oh man. And trust me, it's not like it's only worth it in fields like if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or something, then yeah, like you need to go. But
Or if you want a degree in CS or something.
Yeah.
yeah, well, I might end up getting my degree sometime in the future, even though I don't really need it, just to have it. But
Well, it'd be great if you could get a PhD because then you could be called doctor.
Man.
oh, but quickly a bit off topic. Dan asked which one I prefer, C++ or Java. So Dan, and I prefer C++. Java, it annoys me. I'm not a Java, never will be, but it is a good language. But C++ gives you the utmost flexibility, so you can. It is harder to code in than with Java, but you have flexibility than with Java. So that's the reason why I choose C++ over Java, even though it's harder. I think it's a lot more rewarding.
What about
Uh,
Python?
But Python, I haven't really looked into Python, surprisingly. Like, I've always said I'm going to get into it, but I haven't really gotten into it extensively. But from what I've seen, and I've heard that it has good capabilities, right? But I
I
I
am a
haven't
very
really.
similar way. Like, I don't try to learn Python, but I recommend people to learn it.
Yeah, it's a good beginner language from what I've
No, no,
heard,
no, it's
but
not just that. You can actually do professional shit with it too.
yeah, I know that, but like, it's normally when do professional stuff with it, it's more like you have a working like usually people that use Python professionally, that's not
Right.
the only language they learn. No,
But of course, yeah, I know.
they know a lot of different coding concepts and yada yada yada. I don't know. I just prefer starting off with
No.
C++, mainly because it's a hybrid language. Learn a bunch of coding principles by learning one language, even though that language is pretty hard. But like with C++, you learn pointers. So if there's any language that you're using that handles memory management, you learn memory management. You learn about classes. So whenever you're using OOP program language like C Sharp or Java, you know how to handle it. If you're doing something like C, which isn't object oriented, you still know how to do that because you use C++. So you learn a bunch of different coding styles by just learning C++ on its own. So it does have a hard learning curve, but in my opinion. So that's why I recommend starting off with that.
So, okay, say someone wants to get into Java. What type of
Yeah.
where would you direct them to begin studying or to take off from?
Like what sources? Like what should I refer?
Yeah, that'd be easy to pick up.
Uh, well, when I learned, honestly, I don't remember sources I used, but I'm pretty sure on Google I typed in C++ to Java. Basically like related. They're basically like cousins in a sense. So it's easy to transition between one to the other, but if you like video-based tutorials, then check out the new Boston's Java tutorials. He has some really good tutorials on there and a really extensive library.
Oh god, I
Um,
hit the
as
Boston
for
accent. Never mind. Just continue.
like his, if you don't like video tutorials, then honestly, I would just use the Oracle document. So they have good docs on like basically everything Java, and it's always up to date. So
SQL.
if you ever want to,
Ah, okay.
yeah,
Hmm. I suppose you don't recommend C Sharp.
C sharp.
C Sharp. No, I use C Sharp on a daily basis,
But
actually.
I suppose you don't recommend for multi-platform stuff.
See,
Well, yeah,
I've always been focused on mostly the hardware side of things. You know, like I do like surveillance. I set up cameras, networking. I do entertainment systems with computers. Those are the easy stuff. Just lately, I'm starting to get into thinking about getting into the programming side of things.
Hmm. So
So
IT
that's
yeah.
kind of like
security.
a good start for me. Like, you know, but that's good advice though.
Hmm.
And, well, it, to be honest, like once you get into the software side and get into programming stuff, like it's each programming language is sort of like a tool. So is the best tool for the job. So, but usually once you learn one major programming language, transitioning from one to the other it's pretty easy. Like it
Especially if
won't.
it's Python. Because
Python.
Python teaches you lots of good habits.
I'm gonna check that one out too.
Yeah. I
Because
will. I will.
Python, like, indentation is actually built into the syntax.
Yeah, that's true.
So it encourages good indentation. So if you pick up a few habits from Python, it'll make you use it in C++. It makes C++ more readable.
Ah, check
Yeah,
this
that's
out.
true.
Python.
Yeah. There's a lot of
But
I
I would
do.
recommend C# for multi-platform stuff because Mono is pretty much just like it's not really native anywhere else. You know what I mean? Except for Windows, it's just in Windows
Yeah,
like .NET. It's just like it's like native system calls, but on Mono it's like a wrapper.
Hmm.
You know?
but it still runs fluently, so it still is a platform.
Yeah, at least it
But
runs good too. Yeah, because if we have if 5 years from now we have like graphene CPUs, it won't fucking matter.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Like C sharp though, like it shouldn't. The focus shouldn't even be multi-platform though. Like the only thing like C sharp, in my opinion, that should be the focus is if you're sort of building tools or a database based program. But like if you're trying to do multi-platform stuff, C sharp wouldn't be the best for the job. Like it is possible to do it, just isn't the best.
It's not ideal.
Ah,
Yeah, you would use more of like if you want to go multi-platform, the first thing I would think is Java, and then Java and C plus plus. You want to go
And Python.
multi-platform. Yeah, but if you're going but honestly for tools, number one C sharp any day. C sharp will destroy anything when it comes to tool development because like the .NET platform and all that stuff, it just makes it so easy.
And if you're thinking of starting with Visual Basic, don't. It was.
Oh, yeah, Visual Basic is such
No,
a
the worst thing about Visual
like
Basic.
I don't know.
No, the worst thing about Visual Basic is the enterprise, like the enterprise sector. They use Visual Basic programs programmed by people who use Visual Basic that didn't belong programming.
ah,
Yeah, like I don't know. I've never tried Visual Basic mainly because I've been told that it's a waste of time, and I've looked at it and I'm like, I don't see the benefits of learning it. Like if you know Visual Basic and it's helped you, then great for you or whoever's learned it. But I've never seen the benefit, and I never know like. There's no instance where I'd be like, you know what, I rather use Visual Basic over C in this instant. Like I've never ran into a situation like that. So I don't know. Maybe it is good for beginners.
Alright, now it's Lua time. Let's talk about Lua.
Lua. I learned. Well, I don't remember Lua. I used it so many years ago, but I used it. When I had my PSP. I what's it called? I modded it or whatever, and so I got this program, and you could code PSP games using Lua, so it's pretty cool. But
Nice.
I don't like Lua's not really. It's mainly just used for scripting. Like
Yes.
I've used it in games and stuff, but I prefer creating my own scripting engines. It's more fun that way, in my
Yeah.
opinion. But
oh, so I didn't know you
it
could
is.
establish your own scripting engine. I thought you just had to pretty much use the tools that were out there.
Well, with Lua, if you want to integrate Lua into your own code, you can use a library middleware called OO Lua, Object Oriented Lua, where it will just basically bind into C++ or whatever you're using.
Okay.
Yeah, but
But
I
you can pretty
don't
much use
know. I don't know. Creating things fun.
you can use XML.
Yeah, I like XML. I honestly love XML. Like at
What
first
do
I
you think of
hated it
What do you think of XML for 2D map design?
for 2D map design. I think
Like the
if you
little
want to.
engine, the part of the engine that runs, what goes where.
Well, yeah, like if you wanna, okay, if you just wanna have an XML file with just the map, like the tiles or something like that, then I would just say use a text file. But like if you have a lot of map details, like you want to have like the tiles width or the maps width and a whole bunch of different details in it, then XML is
You want
perfect.
to have a town, a
Like
chest, a whole bunch of doors, and and like houses within the towns and stuff like that.
yeah, XML makes it easy and it makes it very readable. So I've designed like you don't really need XML. Like you could design your own, right? You could design your own sort of system, but XML already basically has it down.
But it'll be easier using tools that already exist.
At one point,
But
pardon
it'll
me?
be easier using tools that already exist. Or are you talking about
Yeah, like sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry,
power
give me one
agencies?
second.
I'm taking a lot
Someone
of
calling
notes
me.
here.
Give me like 30 seconds, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk among ourselves.
I'll be right. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, I pretty much got some good ideas for apps, and I want to start up a website. It's just I didn't want to go about doing it on those easy copy and paste website builders. I want to actually learn the code and build it myself.
Well, there's a thing about web design. Design, you know, that's something completely different than code. You know what I mean? It require well, you can design without code, but
Yeah, because I'm gonna find out you can make your templates and all that stuff on Adobe, and you can go ahead and implement it on your site.
well, you can, but you still have to be a good designer.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, trying to learn.
mm.
Like,
Well, you have to
if you
learn
need to,
what looks good about human interfaces and all that stuff. Hello?
Yeah.
Daytime, sir?
sorry, yeah. Um, like, if you want to like get into web stuff, like I do my backend with what was it? Ruby on Rails, which was like really easy to get into because there were lots of different tutorials out there. So I would be recommending you like to try using Ruby on Rails. Like it's
Ruby
much
on
easier
Rails.
for the backend. Like if you want to use some front end stuff, I think SASS is really great, and like yes, and like as a um I can't describe it. It's something else than using just CSS. It makes it easier. Like if you want to get into it,
Okay. I'll definitely check
at
that
least it
out.
was for me.
So, where are you from?
For
Me?
me?
Yes.
We both said me. Oh well, originally I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the Caribbean.
No,
Right now,
no,
huh?
I was talking about Daytimster, but
Ah,
go on.
I'm from Germany, so yeah.
Oh.
But that explains like my bad English knowledge, just a little bit.
No, I thought you were actually from the UK somewhere.
Oh no, no. I maybe just sound little bit like it, because I copied the accent. No, just kidding. I've been,
Same
I've
here.
been.
I just created some sort of artificial accent. It is. I caught. Was it Irish North American Welsh, or Welsh North American Irish, something like that.
what a combination.
I know. Sounds like I'm from an old movie or something. So, what parts of Germany are you from?
Me? I'm
Yes.
from Lower Saxony,
Oh, no,
like
it's
the upper part.
okay.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
All right, I had to get something to drink, man. It's so hot in my house. Lord.
But anyway, I tried to pick up German, but I just gave up because I found it to be too fucking hard to spell.
Yeah, it's like the
No, it's
hardest
so
part of
like
it, like
I
to get
find
the
everything
spelling.
hard to spell. Like I can't even spell right in English.
Nah, most Germans can't even spell the or that or these. They just have problems with that th, and that
Well, that
sounds
because the
like
TH doesn't fucking exist.
eh.
Like they and there and stuff like that. They and their, whatever. I get what you mean.
Oh, man.
But anyway, do you have any questions for programming or anything, or life in general?
Like me, because
Yeah,
I'm
like,
not listening like at the moment.
feel my bad. Sorry for sounding so distant. I'm just kind of a little bit distracted at the moment, trying to
Listen,
figure something.
Ruby on Rails looks like it's gonna be pretty easy to.
Ruby on
Yeah,
Rails.
yeah, I recommended him. Well, you were away. I recommended him to use Ruby on Rails to start with a backend on a website. I think he wanted to make but there also is Django, which is built on Python, which is also pretty great. Like you need to decide yourself, but I looked at both of them and I recommend like Ruby on Rails the most. Like I don't know why. I thought it was easier. So.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I've never actually looked at it before. I've heard a lot of good things,
Gotta
but
give it a
like
shot.
when it comes to web development, I'm not a fan of web development. Like I do it. Hey, like if you want easy money, do web development because easy money. Like whenever I need some cash, I'm like, I'll do a website. I'm not a fan.
Yeah,
Like it
'cause I
just
got.
like
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
hmm?
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Like it's like web development is just a series of hacks. That's what it feels like to me.
Mm.
Like
That's
whenever
basically
I'm
what it
using
is.
like
Especially CSS.
and like yeah, it's really annoying. Like it just like there's
Now,
just
have you
way
heard of
too many
Flask?
like. Pardon me if I
Have you heard of
heard of what?
Flask?
Lost.
Flask.
A flat.
Flask?
Yes.
Nope.
I heard of that at some point, but I haven't looked into it that
It's a
deeply.
Python library for the web. It's pretty much like it has all the web stuff built in. Like to write Hello World and for the web in Python, it'd take like a zillion lines of code without Flask.
Mm.
I never heard of it. Well, I'm not a Python user, so.
You don't.
Uh, but does it make it easier than coding in traditional web? Like coding like HTML and CSS and stuff like that?
I do not know. I have
I
not
think the
read
bigger
into it very
structure
well,
that
but
makes the
I've talked to somebody who he
operation
spoke very highly of it, and
it's
he
quite
is very
straightforward.
highly in what he knows his stuff.
Like
Let me tell you that.
that's good. I don't know. I just think like they need to change the way web design is done. Like I feel it breaks someday. That's what I feel. It's just too. There's just too
That's
many
the same with
things.
Java.
Like, well, no, well, okay. Java's on a level of its own. Like, there's many reasons to hate.
Oh, in Java they
I
say
don't know.
compile once, run forever. Bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. That's the biggest lie ever. That's honestly the biggest lie.
I know.
So what's your opinion about ASP.NET?
HP,
Or I really
ASP.NET.
dislike
Yeah.
ASP.
I've started it. I was like, why? I
Why?
just,
Just why?
yeah. It just, you know,
It's
like
overkill,
it
maybe.
didn't. Yeah, it didn't provide the necessary solution over like PHP and
Yeah.
stuff. Like it just I don't know, like just PHP is better for me in that aspect simply because there's more resources for PHP, it's more supported and yada yada yada. And ASP it just didn't necessarily didn't maybe I missed it, but it didn't seem like it added
Yeah, no, I
any
understand.
like
For me, it's yeah, sorry. For me, it's like
besides .NET.
PHP is like more. I lost the track of it because I do SharePoint development, which I don't really like, but I have to. It's my job. And yeah,
Oh
so
yeah.
I'm into. I just have to do some research, about ASP.NET because like in 2013 we are currently in. Yeah, it's all about like HTML5 with ASP.NET, and I'm really not a fan of it. But yeah, to deal
Man,
with it.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate, man. Like, but like if it, I believe like I don't know. I haven't learned ASP enough to sort of say it's a bad one, but
Mhm.
and maybe with .NET support it might end up being actual like it might be a bit better, but I don't
Yeah.
know. It just web development sucks on a whole. Legit, like it
Yeah,
just
I
sucks
mean,
on a whole.
yeah, I think the same, man. What you said earlier, when you guys couldn't hear me, about the doing web designs and web application and stuff like that. It's just for easy money. I see it as easy money. Just
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, much so.
Well, with web design, it's a lot easier to do. Just give them a cookie cutter.
Yeah,
Because
a web.
it will print money. Well, it'd really print money if you can just like, those people, those YouTubers that want intros. You can go into like some sort of like program like Blender or something or 3ds Max or some shit, and then you can probably design an intro like template, and then you could just like sell for Fiverr, then have it print money.
But that's not a challenge, so I wouldn't do that. Also, the same for web design and web applications. I don't feel like it's a challenge or something I would see myself doing on a daily basis. So yeah.
Like I thought about an idea. When I went to the GitHub page, I was there the first time, and I was seeing it. It was saying like GitHub social coding. I thought about it and was like, why why in the hell is that social coding? I can't, and I wasn't able to understand it. I was like, that doesn't help me in any way to be like in a social coding area. You still need to build and like a user like you need to build up a community around you, around your project that helps you with your problems to get attention to your project. That's like the idea of GitHub. That's at least it seems to me like that. And I thought about like making an own website, building on like searching for people who want to help you, like who apparently really want to like support your project. I was really into it, but I kind of stopped a few months ago because I got stuck a bit in certain algorithms for like searching different projects through tags and such. Like it was getting ahead of me, and I really stopped it. But I still can't understand why people tend to use to say just GitHub is great for social coding. It
Yeah.
helps you to get rid of problems and
Yeah.
such through this pushing. Like it's really great if you like have a community around you. It would help you, yeah. But otherwise, it's just pushing your source code up, and that's it. Maintaining it through the site.
Yeah.
So you
I don't
think
get
in
it
order
either.
for GitHub to be, I guess, really important, projects need to be like featured on the front page, right? Or have really good tag algorithms for people that are interested in said tags.
Sorry, I wasn't able to hear you now. Could you repeat that again? Like,
So do you think that in order for people to, I guess, contribute to your project more, to get your project seen more, to gain awareness of it, for GitHub, it would need more stuff like on the front page, like would have like featured projects, or it would have like people would have certain feeds with their account. They would subscribe to certain kind of tags, or they'll recommend them project with the same kind of tags as project they personally worked on.
Yeah, that was my first idea, but yeah, as I said, it got ahead of me, and like I couldn't really manage the project
Articulate it?
anymore. Like it was the first idea I got, like when I was thinking about it, but yeah. I thought about it would be more helpful, but in order to like get that stone rolling, you then need an steady user base on your website to then contribute more and more to other projects and like things you think are interesting. And
What about Bitbucket?
um, Bitbucket, I personally have been using all the time.
So do you think it's more social than GitHub, which is supposed to be social coding? Hello?
That's
Hello?
exactly the same question.
Did he leave? Whoa,
Yeah.
what happened? Alright, that was awkward.
So, but do you guys like really use social coding? Because I myself, I don't really use it. I just use some features of it, but I'm not like a regular visitor of GitHub or Gitbucket.
You guys are speaking alien
Yeah,
to me
me
right now.
neither.
I'm
Sorry, I
what
got
I that's why I like currently at my work we use like the what's it called TFS Team Foundation Server. It's not social. It's just between your inside of your like with your colleagues. It's social. But because
Yeah,
I first thought like GitHub was something like you can share with other people and they can bring up thoughts, and now we can do that like inside our work and nobody else has to see it. But I can see why people would use GitHub, but personally I'm not like a huge fan of it.
yeah.
sorry, my Chrome just crashed, so I got kicked. Yeah.
That's fine.
Just
Well, I believe somebody asked you like about what do you think about Gitbucket? Is that more social and
I didn't use Bitbucket for the social point. I was like, I had a small team so of coders, and we were working on certain projects, and it kind of got together that some of them liked Bitbucket more, and I don't know why, but then we just got to the point where we said, okay, we just use Bitbucket, and so yeah, that's how I got used to it. I don't just. I'm not saying that Bitbucket's better than GitHub or something, or vice versa. But yeah,
I wish there was like a hype generator for projects as big as kind of like a Kickstarter, because Kickstarter is more of a hype generator because other blogs talk about it. You know what I mean? Like other blogs like talk like, oh, there's a cool Kickstarter project.
so it's not that in its way like useful on its own or big on its own. Like other people talk about it and then they get like funders.
It's a lot of information I'm dropping down here, guys.
Well, it's all recorded, so.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it'll get put on the YouTube channel, man.
So, what kind of stripping language? Scripting language.
Let's talk about that then.
Yeah, a scripting language, language that scripts. But what kind of
Want me to say
scripting
that again?
language or library or whatever do you think would be best for like an inventory system?
For like a game?
Yes.
No. I don't know anything about game development.
Really?
Yeah, I actually used your example on YouTube, but you, I don't know, it's like the RPG from top down. I had to do it for a school project, and then I figured out you stopped with it. You ended the series, and you didn't finish, so I had to come up with
Yeah, they
something.
fell in the
I'm
bank.
I'm
I'm
so
not
sorry
really
for that,
good at.
man.
Almost
Like,
all my college money is gone right now. No, no, it's not a big deal because I made like the point of why should we focus on game development if this is like a general uh, study. So, but it's got okay. It still got my grade. So, but
it's
I don't know
good.
anything about gaming. So
Well, we talk about the ASP stuff, which is all just database and stuff like that.
yeah,
That's a specific too. That's not more of a general.
Mm.
yes, I'm more into the database stuff
Oh,
Isn't
okay.
it,
and
do
web
you
service.
find that exciting in any like is there any excitement at all with databases?
Yeah, no, I'm for
Well,
example,
database is full of big data.
yeah, yeah, indeed. If you okay, look, if you start with like on your own with just generating data, for example, keeping up with your grades from school or people you met, something like that, it's not fun at all. I know. And but currently I'm working with like windmills, and we get like the SCADA data from the windmills, and we know when they're at good state, what we have to do, when to interact with it, when do we need to repair it, and stuff like that. And that's a lot of data. So it's fun to work
Yeah.
with a lot of data. So you can see like you can put different procedures in it. It's really fun. And what I do is like I create web services. I'm currently
Yep.
right now only developing web services and make them as fast as possible. And I mean, web service to make a web service is not that hard. Only the fun thing about it is like yeah, how you say it, like you make it better and better every day. You try to tweak it a little bit, get it
Improve.
faster. And that's what I
Hmm.
like about
That's cool, man. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
yes, but the more you
I've
fuck with
tried
things, the more likely you are to break something. You know what I mean?
it. If I break something, people will just get mad at me because they will lose a lot of data.
Well, you revert too.
Yeah,
man.
So you're pretty much the gatekeeper.
yeah, no, yeah, you can say that. I have
Who's the
control
key
of a lot of
master?
data. So.
Man, I don't know.
Rick
That's
Moran.
just not for me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't like. I think gaming development is a whole another thing on its own, and it's really difficult for me because my fantasy isn't that like what's called. I'm not good at English, so but I cannot come up with something to do, and I will just get lost in all the code and like what should I do next, and that's why I like your channel because I think it's fun to do something I don't know and maybe learn about it. And some things I can use like on my at work, even though it doesn't got anything to do with gaming development.
Yeah. I just like the thing about game development, which I love, is that it's easy, but it's probably one of the hardest things you can do as a programmer,
I
because
see.
it requires so much like strict organization of code.
Yeah.
It employs so many different types of design patterns, so many different types of algorithms.
And
Like,
there's a lot of disciplines.
yeah,
Are you just
and
saying I'm
so.
lazy here? No, I have got things working. No, but what I yeah, I think it's really
If you ever want to transition to something different, it
yeah, of
allows you
course.
to do so because you have such a broad base knowledge on like programming itself, right? Because you've been exposed to different things. So
Yeah.
that's what I love about it because I'm just like games is what I love to do, but programming is just like I just love to program, and like I just love knowing about the vast programming. So making games allows me to do that.
Yeah.
So that's what I love about it.
But do you develop like you develop games like on your own? And I think that's just the hardest part of it all because you gotta know how to come up with a concept, a story, maybe some graphical things you need to come up with.
Well, here's
Um,
the thing: if you have the engine and you make the engine and you
yeah,
have like the idea for the concept, you're basically the creative guy and the programmer.
Yeah. But
So
that's
basically,
hard, man.
all you need to do is hire artists, and you
Yeah,
can
true.
just you can design what platform goes where, what challenge you want where. It's like, okay, these are placeholders. Okay, artists, your job is to cover that up with a good coat of paint.
Mm.
Or it's like, okay, concept artist, I want you to make this concept of the world. I have this vivid vision.
But
Draw
you,
it, and then I will send this to these pieces of people that are going to design the map.
but the designers are really expensive.
Well, it depends on where you get it, the sources from. Like
Yeah.
DeviantArt would be a bit cheaper, but it's still like $25 like a picture or something, you know.
So
Well,
I
like
would.
if you can use like, for example, like when I design games, like you don't need to buy resources or anything. Like my first game that I ever made was it was this Super Mario clone, and I just got my images from spritersresource.com, and you basically just learn from using pre-existing images.
Oh, that's
Right?
good.
You basically,
That's good for practice with your first game. But I hear an echo. But
yeah.
that's good for practicing with your first game. You ever hear this old?
Misty, Misty, could you please
Misty.
turn down your
Okay, I
volume and put
muted.
on some headphones?
Okay, I muted her. Don't worry.
All right, but I'm saying like for your first game or first few. What the hell?
Whoa,
Wait, how's that?
she's really good at unmuting herself.
Hello, Misty.
There we go. I muted her. There we go.
Okay.
Much better.
You got like the gut mute.
Anyway, now that my mind's all clear, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, it's good for your first game or two, or try to get used to the concept of designing. But if you want to actually sell your stuff, you need to be professional.
Yeah, but if you wanna like, once you get that point when you're ready to sell it, that's when
That's when you
like
start.
if you really want, like if you wanna actually get to the point of selling a game and actually doing that stuff, like what I did is I just purchased some from my apps. I just purchased them from, what's that website? GraphicRiver. So like they have a bunch of like artists that do a bunch of different types of art, and you can buy sprites or buy something like that if you want to work from that. But if you want to do like a serious project with custom art, then yeah, it's going to cost you a lot of money. But
And there are some ways to cut a few expenses, like the Fiverr.com. You can go and outsource a few things.
yeah, that is true. But like, I don't know. For me, like I just, like, I don't know, selling games. It was fun and all. The most exciting part was just making them, doing the most I could. But yeah, I never I tried at one point earlier on in the year to sort of assemble a team of artists and whatnot to sort of get everything started, but like it's a harder task than it sounds, and there's so much work that goes into it. But
For me, as far as programming and design, I'm like one of that person that just skims through the pages. I know a few hints above ahead of time, but I don't know the basics. You know what I mean?
repeat that. Sorry, you kind of chipped out.
With me, as far as design and programming and all this stuff, I'm like that guy that skimmed ahead on his history book and just looked at a few chapters ahead, a few pages through there. I know a few tricks above that will help me in the future, but I don't know the stuff that's good for me right now. You know what I mean?
For design, as for designing a game, what design concepts are the best?
I know some good long-term stuff, but not very good short-term stuff to do right now.
Give an example.
If I was planning something big and something extravagant, there we go.
Yeah.
If I was planning something huge, I know a few tricks. I got a bag of tricks of that stuff, but I don't have a bag of tricks. A bag of tricks for small things.
Okay, Misty muted. What?
Why, Misty? Oh, why?
Why are you here?
So, for the guys that don't know, you're all muted by Misty.
Yeah. Oh. Are you serious, man? Commodore, try to unmute yourself, and same with Amari.
Oh, I was muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Misty tried to mute you guys.
For controls.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, you're saying like for the small stuff, like it's not of having tips and tricks. It's more just like I guess having the knowledge of the situation and knowing how to sort of how to tackle it. Like I know what you
I
mean.
guess
Like
I
when
have tips, but not skills.
no, it's not like I know what you mean. Like when you have.
Don't be so hard on
Like
yourself.
it's kind of like when I'm building like tools in say WPF, right? And PF. So like comes to sort of a smaller project, like the main design pattern with WPF is the model view model design pattern. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about that,
Oh
but
man, I'm so
Not
such
for real.
but
Whoa.
but the MVVM pattern it more benefits larger scale programs. So then when you get into a smaller scale program, you kind of wonder, am I wrong to do the MVVM pattern? Should I employ it? Does it make sense to do it? And it's kind of like, okay, what do you do in a smaller program? So I don't know what I'm trying to get at, but basically it comes down to what you need, like efficiency. So if in a smaller program you're not following strict design patterns or strict principles, whatever, you shouldn't feel that you lack skill or it's a bad program. It just means that the design pattern is not going to be employed efficiently in that scenario.
No, I actually do lack skill.
Pardon me?
No, I actually do lack skill.
So,
I just
so
have tips
you
for
only know
stuff
like
I'm
the
not doing
tips,
yet.
like the tips for the skills, but you don't got the skills.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Okay, so
You
as
don't know how to write programming, but you know the design models.
Yes,
Wow.
that's weird, isn't it?
Maybe you have to start at the beginning of a book before you read the end.
That's where I'm at right now.
I'm like one of those guys that don't read the manual. I just go, I thunder dumb
but
that shit and just go.
I tried that, didn't work out, so I'm back to the manual.
you gotta turn it around, man.
it's like
No,
Like,
I
all
want
those
to acquire some skills, but I need to make myself not distracted. Like I have a lot of distractions in life. You know what I mean?
so like,
Who doesn't?
what skills would you say you have so far?
Mm,
Like,
I know how to use Unix.
What?
You know how to use what?
I know how to use the Unix command line.
Oh,
That's about
yeah,
it.
that's useful.
Oh,
No, that's really useful actually.
I
If
know
you
how
Yeah, I
can do
know.
some
Yeah.
administration.
actually, yeah.
That's one of the
all
few
I
things
know
I
how to do
like
is
about
maintain
OS
virtual machines.
Unix based.
Yeah.
And Sigwin
Yeah,
sucks.
You can do some cloud stuff.
hmm
I mean, it could be useful. Next time you need to learn PowerShell maybe.
Oh, PowerShell is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that. You gotta be an IT administrator.
Yes,
That's what
but I
I'm
don't have
working
the
on being right
computer to
now.
wipe my ass with.
I don't. I personally, I'm doing like a study to become an IT manager, and I don't like it at all because I want to do a next study after it. So my focus is like going through my study and just ending school
Well,
and
here's how I learned
hoping.
how to use Unix. I fucked up. I just kept on fucking up and fucking up. Then I stopped fucking up.
I feel you tripping right now, man. Keep calm.
Hmm?
You fucked something up, but that's the only thing I understand about it.
I'm working on
That's
being
how
an
I
IT
fuck up.
administrator right now.
So, and how do you like it?
It's fun.
Yeah, I don't like it. I just like to yeah, do some random things with servers, but that's all.
I like
I
it.
mean, at school, I don't know what kind of network administrator are you doing, like Cisco or maybe?
VMware.
Okay. No, but I mean like the routing stuff and the network topic.
Yeah,
Man,
Cisco, I believe it is.
yeah, Cisco. Yeah. Oh man, I hate it. I hate it so much. I mean, I did some internships and I started out as an administrator and ended up as a developer because they said, please stop. You're ruining our whole server park. What are you doing? Please stop. What can you do? And I said, I can develop. Okay, go do that and leave us alone. So yeah.
But what are you doing to fuck it up?
I unplugged some cords and
You don't
it
do
seems
that!
like-
What the hell is wrong with you?
I like chords, man. I was like, where does this end? And no, don't look like that, man. Oh man, I said something really wrong right now. I like power chords. This better? Okay, okay.
Just fucking do that.
No, of course not. I did not do that, but
You funny.
it's basically how it goes. Like, what can you do? No, I cannot do that, but I'm doing a study on it.
Mhm. Oh wow, it's already 3:30. Damn.
Wow.
So,
Wait, what time
Mari,
is it though?
how baked are you?
What?
Nothing. You can't hear me, he's muted. I mean, I can't hear him, he's muted.
Very.
Oh, very. Awesome. Are you laughing your ass off about this IT fail that's going on?
And I mean ice cream.
Perfect combination.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah, but that's where I really think that would be a good place for me to start off being a system administrator.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I can graduate to actually building apps and websites from scratch. It's really
You
what
can
I
already start doing that, right? I mean, if you want, you could do something like I did something at my internship. I made an application that controlled some easy things with laptops.
Mhm.
We use laptops for a certain yeah, like we have some days that they use laptops like a lot with a group. I don't know what's called like doesn't mind, but we needed to update them, and we had a whole lot of laptops. So think about like 100 laptops. But they first did like they opened it, checked if everything was okay. So we built a rack, and I built an application who controls like the wake on LAN, connecting some consoles. Application automatically sends those commands to the specific laptop. So you already like could start doing something like that, so you can taste both from both worlds.
What applications would you recommend me starting off using to
I would say WPF.
WPF?
That's currently it's like it's you can if you want C# and create something with WPF because it's really easy in my opinion if you already have some experience with like HTML. It's basically XML
Okay.
and it's some XML tags. You enter it and you create a design, so you don't have to be like a perfect.
Well,
Oh,
well,
wait.
like I guess like what WPF is like. Well, it is good. Like the exam of it is pretty. It's pretty easy to get into if you understand HTML, but the coding part can take a while to get used to.
Yeah, but that's if you
Familiarize me. WTF is WPF.
But
no,
that's the
but
thing. I'm willing.
I wouldn't say like start
Uh,
with forms.
I'm
Because
willing to
forms is
sit
like
down and
all.
learn the codes.
Sorry.
I'm willing to sit down and learn it. I just want to know.
Yeah.
Could start off, but WTF.
I'm a huge fan of C#, but I'm a Microsoft guy, so I only fuck with Microsoft stuff.
Okay.
So I
nice.
don't know like on the other side what is on the other side. I'm not familiar with that, so I keep it to the Microsoft.
No wonder why you failed IT.
Oh, that's so hurtful, man. But it doesn't mind because it's not my my thing. So
But there's legit uses for Microsoft servers where it's yeah, but I can see why you failed bad at IT.
yeah. I'm not failed it yet. I still have to graduate. So, or how do you say it?
I'm talking about your job.
Oh, okay. So, but I made from a failure. I made some success, right? I became a developer, and
Yes, but
developers
I'm saying
get paid
you
more.
failed
So,
in IT,
Yeah,
but
you
you're
went
good
from
at
a
development.
network administrator to a developer. That's quite a promotion.
yeah, indeed. I
Mm.
don't tell everybody why I got promoted because that would just sound horrible. But let's say I got promoted.
I got promoted because I fucked up my job.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, nobody would take you serious from there. I don't say that.
Man. Alright. Hangout
Oh, yeah.
go for like another like half an hour. I got some stuff that I gotta do. That sounds
Hey, you're
good?
doing a good job
Yeah,
of
cool,
keeping me
man.
up because I've been doing all-nighters and stuff like this, and this is real good for me.
So here's another tip.
Yeah.
If you want to start, look up some things on like Coding Made Easy.
I always do. I even download his
Cody.
permission. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding.
And you also could look up Channel 9. It's from MSDN. Again, a little bit
Oh
Microsoft
yeah,
oriented.
Channel 9. I've heard of them. They're
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah.
I like it. I
Channel
like
9's
it.
yeah. That's a really good resource for like .NET.
Yep.
Channel 9. I haven't really watched any of like the videos all the way through yet, but
I just watch the shows.
I guess
Don't watch the tutorials, but the shows are great. Funny. You get some new stuff. You learn some new design patterns.
yeah, I need to get into that. And,
Art.
Have you watched some of the CS50 lectures from Harvard?
I have not really.
I watched a couple of them. They're pretty amusing, and you learn quite a bit.
Well, I've watched. Okay, like I start watching them and I get bored, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I should have
Like,
slept with one.
I'm not I'm not a lecture type guy. Like, I can't sit down through a lecture like that. Like it just seriously puts me to sleep. So like,
Can you put it in the chat so I can look up it later? Because I never heard of it. So.
Oh,
okay.
It'll take forever for me to find. Was it MIT? I don't remember.
I'm asking too much. Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I can just.
It's not that late here, so I expect somebody to work for me.
Let's see. I think this is the link.
I believe it was MIT, not Harvard. There we go.
Thanks, man.
No
Is
problem.
it the same guy?
It's like a bunch of like, there's a bunch of free tutorials.
Free lectures.
Well, I got excited when I heard about it, but I was like, oh my gosh, that's so boring. But I don't know. I just rather like, I like learning as I code because
You're very
nothing,
hands-on.
They just got C. Wait, what's the C?
nothing can really prepare you for what you'll be experiencing in like the real world or whatever. Like you can learn all the concepts, but like I don't know, like I made this mistake. Like I made this mistake that when I started C++ and I learned all the basic concepts like classes, function, all that stuff, like I thought I understood like
Without even
the
touching
pieces,
it.
like how to put it together.
It's like, yeah, I read the
Yeah,
book,
and
yeah,
then
I got this shit.
yeah, and then when you actually try to make a game or something now, you're
fuck,
like,
I don't know how
I
to use this
really
shit.
know thing.
It's like some kids from
Yeah.
college. It's like some students in college. I used to work at Emory University, and these are kids that are coming to school to learn, the ins and outs of business. And
Yeah.
there are some of them who are already graduated, but they're following up on their graduate or whatever they're trying to further their education. But they learn these concepts in books, but when it comes to the real life, they have no common sense of how to.
Yeah. Like I hate I hate doing things by the book. And the thing I hate the most, like it's the thing I hate. Okay, like what a lot of people do when they're learning, which I don't think they should do, is, for example, say I'm teaching something on YouTube, or you learn something from somebody else on YouTube, or you learn something online, and somebody tells you that a variable works this way or something works this way, or yada yada yada. I find that a lot of people just take it as law. Like nobody experiments to see what they could do with it,
Yeah.
right? And so your knowledge is limited to what they tell you.
That's what I got
And
from your
so,
videos. You showed more,
Sorry,
right?
what is that?
sorry, you cut off.
That's what I got from your videos. You showed more than one way to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just show
Yeah.
what happens if you do it wrong. It's also a very good thing to do with networks or servers. Just
I
show.
need to do that.
I mean, you could easily put up a firewall, but
Okay.
how do you know it works well if you don't try to?
You gotta
break it?
test it.
That's a good idea. Because
You gotta try to
I know
hack
it's
those
about
firewalls.
tutorials, but I never really
Run
show
monitor.
what will happen if you do it a certain way. I only show, okay, this is how you do it, and these are different ways you can go about doing it, but
Yeah.
never if you did it wrong or how to test it.
Especially when a network, you
Yeah.
look at what are the problems and how could I solve them. And if you've solved them, at least you think you've solved them by the theory, you actually try to do it again and look if you really solved it. If you didn't, yeah, you fail. So you could,
Yes.
yeah,
It's
that's
all,
what I
it's all,
always have with those things. Yeah.
It's a good idea.
it's all like that's all it is. Like, and that's how you learn the best as a programmer. Like, there's nothing that can prepare you for that. I don't care how much theory you've done.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about trial and error, and that's it. And so,
Yeah, well,
like,
program is more than one right way. You know, like the only wrong way is the way that doesn't fucking work, right? Isn't
that's
that
what
true?
that's what I love about it. Like, there's no wrong way to do something. They're just more efficient.
Yeah.
That's
Or it
it.
doesn't work, unless it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it
Yeah.
doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, then you have a problem.
Hey, man, get back.
That's what I try to encourage. Like, just
Well, there could be one wrong way. There could be like, okay, you use too many lines of code to do something that could be done with a couple lines. You know what I mean?
But it still
well,
works.
it's not necessarily wrong. It's just not as efficient.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
also
yeah.
why I don't like if people say you should do this. No, don't tell me I should do that. Tell me why should I do that? Because
Exactly.
That way you understand of how to tackle this.
Okay, just don't say you do it wrong. Say you're doing it inefficiently.
Yeah.
I say when you do it wrong when it doesn't work.
I say, oh fuck it, man, you do it yourself.
Yeah.
Man. That's what makes programming cool. Like, it's sort of like an art. Like, you could do it your own way, sort of thing. You know, like your own style. As long as
That's
I
what you
always-
learn.
Don't forget about the comments, or it'll fuck you up later. In different mentalities when you have it, or when other people try to read it.
Yeah, I heard that a lot from my colleagues. But what I also say, when my boss asked me like, what are you doing right now? I just say basically I'm trial and erroring. I just try to fix something that doesn't work, because explaining like what you're really doing in code isn't like efficient way to say something to your boss who doesn't have any experience with coding. I just like to say my work is trial and error, because from the start of you know the basics. You know how to create a function. You know how to create a class. You know how to create a model, and from that on you run the program and it says error. You think, why does it say error? You look into it. You try to fix the error, and you could just easily Google it and copy it from Stack Overflow.
That's why I say you learn by messing up.
Yeah, but then it's like you have to find the Stack Overflow which explains things, because there are a lot of Stack Overflow answers that just say, oh, you have to change this. I mean, why should you change it? I mean, explain me why, and you will come up. And that's why I like MSDN like more than Stack Overflow. I like the community on Stack Overflow. They're a lot of fun. They just respond very fast. But MSDN just explains like
But did you
every
say you like better than
single
Stack Overflow?
thing about a class or a They just explain everything it does, it can do, what it doesn't do, the way to catch, try and catch the errors. Yeah.
I need to check that out. Oh,
MSDN, yeah,
did you say
especially MSDN.
MSDN? I don't. The one thing I don't like about MSDN is that like it's not like it's not meant. It's not beginner friendly. It's more like
No, no.
it's more like especially when you're trying to
You're
like the
telling.
documentation could be a lot cleaner.
Yeah, no,
Like
I see. It's really hard to find like the right thing you're looking for on MSDN because there's a lot of things.
And
but if
I'm
like
assuming that developer.apple.com is worse.
I don't fuck with Apple.
yeah
I
like
like I like I don't like the apples at all. I like apple
yeah
juice
like
though.
well like
I like anything
MSDN
Apple.
and like if you know for and you just need some clarification, it's perfect. It's the perfect documentation. I believe they could have done it a lot differently, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah.
they could have
Oh
made
yeah.
it a lot cleaner. But
No, I see why you would say that. Why you would say that. I mean, I got the same, but Stack Overflow isn't like the official thing. So you will probably get a solution on your problem, but still, you
yeah,
don't actually know what is
And there
happening
are
in the
other
background.
forums too.
What?
yeah, like
There are other forums.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
yeah.
but a lot of people just don't like they can't be bothered to explain it as it needed to be.
No,
Like
Oh, so it has to be a huge
I remember.
community.
Pardon me.
So it has to be a huge community in order to get some attention. Like, ah, screw this bozo if it's like a small forum somewhere, you know?
Well, it doesn't need to be like a huge community. You just need it to be sort of explained why, I remember when I was just learning some
Like I heard what you said. Like, you like Stack Overflow with their swiftness to a response, but the response isn't that expletive.
no. I mean, I got some questions on Stack Overflow that are still not answered. They just go away, or they are just simply a bug. But yeah, I think also you cannot expect from Stack Overflow that people just need to answer it in the right way. I mean, if they come up with a solution, they basically did what Stack Overflow is.
you
They,
ask.
yeah,
Yeah.
you ask, they answer, that's it. They don't need to invest time. That's also why I think I'm really active on Stack Overflow, just because I want to, let people know I am also responding to your questions and I want to do right. So
Do you
I,
want to be a good Fiverr? Like, if somebody made a Fiverr, it's like Fiverr, where they were just like, okay, I'm gonna look at your code and tell you what you're doing wrong that's making this not work for, like, $5 for like 15 minutes or something.
no, but that's then I think the internet is just the perfect way to start with coding because it's all free. I mean, the internet is free, except the fact that you pay for it, of course, for the connection. But yeah, no, then you could pay someone, but you don't know if it's the right one after, like, you met them. So,
Well, there are credentials and stuff like that.
true, but they are very expensive. You don't pay $5 for 15 minutes.
But Peter, you could probably make a Fiverr, and like you can make quite a bit of money on the side, like
Yeah.
just by telling people, like looking at something, okay, like reviewing code. You know what I mean, for like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's just difficult. I think that's difficult to write the perfect code. There is no
yeah.
perfect code. We already talked about it. There's no perfect code. If it works, it works. And I always like to think I would, when I start a project for myself or for my job, I just start a project and I do the things. I mean, the structure, like to keep it like clean, so I will just start off with structuring it, creating some classes, creating some helpers, stuff like that. But when I start writing code, I just go ahead and do what I think is okay, and after that I try and test it, and probably at the end of testing it, I will just say, okay, I need to fix this, but I at least got a working prototype in some way. Maybe need some new features because on the start of a project you don't know what you finally need for features and maybe some tweaks you need to do. So that's the way I like to work. I like to work with just maybe the worst code ever, and just then try to look for some better things.
So basically, you just like do it the most hacked up way you can think of.
No.
That's like quick and dirty, and then you just polish it up later.
Yeah. Of course, I want to do it like on the start. I want to do it like good, but I don't think like, oh man, I need to do this good. I'm doing a for loop in a for loop. Oh man, oh what a problem.
For loop inception.
Yeah, no, indeed. Or I forget
Nope,
like.
Dog, I heard you like for loop, so I put a for loop inside a for loop, so you can have a for loop. We have a for loop.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you could already start to think about how you want to do it, but why would you try to put all that energy in it when two for loops just simply work, but it's not the best way. But you know it, and you can add some comment and say this needs some tweaking, but it works for now. This is the
Well,
problem.
that experiment is good for just for experimenting, not for like productivity.
Yeah. But I already so. We also talked about like there is a whole lot of difference between like the theory and the like the outside world and what people expect from from programmers. For example, documentation is like a big thing. You said earlier, and also, oh, you shouldn't forget like comments. For me, it was really hard because I worked always when I was interested in coding on my own when I was younger and when I started. I didn't care about code of comments. I just did my thing and but now I'm like in the real thing. I just I just need to do comments and documentation because other people gonna read it. So that's also a very big thing. I have I had a lot of problems with and still think it's a little bit weird to do like comments yourself. Like what?
Man.
I think every coder has that. I mean, it's like school. You want to do like the least because you don't like school, but eventually you need to do everything, but you don't think of that at the beginning. At the end, the day before, you think, oh shit, I need to do this, and that's the same right now. For example, the first time they told me, please try to use some more comments. I said, yeah, okay, and I just worked. I got along, and just and the end of my project, I need to give it to my boss, and my boss says, oh, we talked about you putting some comments, and I was like, damn, I said, give it back. I will just add some comments, but then it's really hard because you have to look through all your code, say, oh, this was this. Why did I do this? Oh,
Man.
it's a whole structuring thing.
Yeah. I understand, but like you're working like what do you do, like what's your typical work day? Like what do you do like once you go into work? Like do you work on pre-existing code all the time, or do you sometimes develop code from ground up?
Yeah, basically my work consists of like I come at work and talk with my colleagues what happened because I don't currently I'm at school and in my holiday I work like the whole week. Currently I'm in school and I have one day off, so I will just go on and say, hi guys, what's up? Did something come up? Did all the service work? Did my web service work? And they just look at your mail, and I will look at my mail and get through it, and probably some like, I did a request on this server and it didn't come up, and I was like, oh, okay, let me look at it, and then I will just go on editing my old stuff, and maybe I talk a lot with the database guys.
Yeah.
So I will talk to them. Did you change something? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I get an email? I like them a lot, but they probably don't like me that much. So I just go and say, oh man, can you do that? Can you do that? And I would add my code, but also sometimes I got like a new project coming up, and I will start from scratch. And I know a lot of colleagues say like, "Oh, you already did this. Why don't you use that?" I'm not a copy paste guy. I'm really not. I just like to start from the ground up. I know my basics right now, and I know some things I conquered on my other project.
Yeah.
So some problems, I fix some problems, and now I will, if I hit a problem, I'll see, oh man, I recognize that. I got a whole list of bookmarks, and that say, oh, this problem come up. Oh, look at this bookmark. It will explain. I will just document
Yeah.
it. So it could be
Yeah.
different type. I also work sometimes with other people's code, and man, that's like at the end of my work day, and when I start to cry because I don't like other people's code. At least not. I have like really weird thing with other people code. It's not that it's bad, but I cannot read it. It's like I
Well,
become
that's because
blind
they
or
don't
something.
think the same way you do.
Yeah, I know, but still, some people do.
That's why you have
Still.
this magical thing called comments.
Yeah, true. Yeah, no, luckily my colleagues do that sometimes. So yeah.
Sometimes. Well, that's why you need to do comments and make things easier for your
You
colleagues.
sound like my boss. Stop it, man.
Oh my god, maybe I should be a boss.
Just yelling at people.
Yeah. No,
Like, cause
luckily my boss doesn't understand anything about code. So if I say I am making some kind of nuclear launch application, they will just say like, "Oh man, cool. Whoa, keep going."
Here's that launch application.
Yeah, only launch. Yeah, I don't even have nuclear weapons, so I only have the launch application. So don't worry, don't worry.
man, cause this is when I have my internship, I'm gonna be doing like when I go doing a lot of communicating. So I want to know like how the communication aspect sort of works in the actual working environment. Like, I don't know, like, is it like the most important aspect of your job, or is that like communicating to the people that you're working with, or is it more like just along the lines of what you do individually as being the most important?
I totally get your question, and I feel actually the same way, and still I do, because currently I'm working in a small, yeah. We got a small business. We are not with a lot of people. Maybe got like five
Well, probably like
programmers.
3 guys, and you're one of them.
No, no, we got like five programmers and maybe a few database people. I don't see them a lot, but yeah, I got the same feeling. And when I start this is my last year of my study, so I'll also have half a year of internship, and I choose to go big to an international company, so I could experience the same thing you were struggling with right now. How do I communicate with the people in my office if I don't see them on a regular basis? Because I mean, you
Yeah,
start using email a lot
Email.
more,
Yeah.
and you're gonna pick up the phone a lot more times, and you gotta have things straight. So you will have a note block, and you'll
There's pretty
enter
much
there
no direct communication.
yeah.
like direct, like when you get a project and somebody has some things you need to do.
hmm
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I mean, that's like every half an hour, I will just put up my headphones. I'll be like, guys, what are we going to do? And what are we doing? And everybody tells me like, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and I just think, and some people just,
I think the
uh,
lack of direct communication make me go nuts. It's like if I try to read somebody's code, it's like okay, and I don't understand. I'll be like, okay, what the hell are you doing? I need a response now. I need to figure out what exactly he was thinking when he did this or whatever.
yeah, I got like a senior programmer who likes to talk a lot about other people's code, but never looks at his own, and we can because we aren't seniors yet. So he just goes off and without anybody telling him like, oh man, your code is it's rubbish, it's crap. So I know that's sometimes hard, but I always think like you're not my boss, you're just my senior programmer, and if you
True.
don't like it, just okay, man, it's cool. We are just still friends. We're still friends. He's a cool guy, but he likes to say like, oh, this is bad, this is bad. I just do what's asked of me, and sometimes he comes up with a cool idea to do, and I will do that and just look up things how he does it, and yeah, the
Okay.
communication is just very easy. But just I got one guy next to me who's programming, and if I have a question about something he knows a lot about, I just go and ask, and yeah, I mean it's a whole lot of difference between the small company and a big company. I cannot
So
tell you like, but yeah.
so how do you like do you have like strict deadlines for your products, or do you like or is it sort of just like whenever it's done, it's done?
Um, Now currently we have a deadline. I'm working on a project. It's a project funded by the government. I live in the Netherlands, by the way,
Hmm.
and yeah, the government just says like, oh, you need to this project. It's a research project. This needs to be done at around this and this time. But because it's a research project, they don't come up with like specific uh, things that needs to be done. Like we need an application that does this, that does this, and that. So we have like a window of it doesn't matter what we come up with or what we make, at least that if we end at the deadline and we got something that works that we think is has something to do with the research project. So when I go to work, I'm not like, oh man, I need to finish this, 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 this. I mean, there are some things because I'm a web service guy.
Hmm.
When other people make like the front end, and they will say, "Oh man, can you please fix the web service? It needs to be done for this and this." So that are mine like deadlines, but the whole project doesn't got a deadline. So I cannot tell you something about that. We are just strictly a research company. We do research for better ways to work with data. So
That's interesting. And
yeah,
just want to get some insight on that. I'm
yeah. So
sure like
I'm also yeah I'm sure that the if you work with deadlines, your work's got to get a little bit tougher
yeah.
because sometimes I work with like things. For example, before I started my internship, I didn't know anything about web service. I just always thought the right just connect with a database from my application. That's the right way to go. There's nothing wrong with that. And if I want another application, I just go connect to the database again. So I didn't know anything about it, and they asked me like, nobody in our company knows anything about web servers. Are you interested? And I said, no, I'm sure. I mean, if I got time. And they gave me the time to figure out things. They gave me some yeah, we call it curse, like a little schooling thing, so I could learn with other people about the subject. So that's the way how I figured out how to work with web services. And that's also a good thing if you can fix of damn, English is hard. If you can if you can get that, your company relies on your knowledge.
Hmm.
So you got like a very good position in your company. So when, for example, I got another day off from school, they will just call me and say like, "Oh man, please come by. We need you right now." And if I say I want to go somewhere else, and they just easily say, "Oh man, do you want a race or something? Or do you want coffee? Do you want somebody to bring you coffee?" I say, "Yeah, please do that," and I'll just stay. So you get like a really good advantage.
True. That's good. Oh, quick question, sort of to sidetrack. Jonathan has a quick question.
Yeah.
So well, he said he has a quick question on screen resolutions. I don't know what on screen resolutions exactly.
Oh,
So,
and
Jonathan,
it's
if you,
about gaming development, so I will shut up for a few seconds.
yeah, Jonathan, you can explain. Like, I don't know. Like, are you trying to ask like how to manage different screens on different devices?
Or
Hello?
just aspect
Yeah.
ratios at least.
Hello?
Oh, so you want? Hello?
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, it's Jonathan here from the UK. How's it
Oh,
going,
hey,
people?
Stop.
what's up?
Yeah, just a quick
Everything's
question.
great.
It's basically on I've got an Android phone here and I've got a tablet. When I run like just a normal, let's say, Hello World application on using libgx framework, it doesn't scale
Yeah.
right, the image itself. So for example, the logo, it will look super tiny on my phone, but on my tablet it looks the right size.
Yeah.
So, and I can't seem to find code anywhere, so I'm just stuck on that. And
Well,
I wonder if you
isn't
can
You
help
know
me.
what?
text?
I can
Isn't
share my
text
screen. I could
Sorry.
share my screen in a second, but what I do is I have sort of a scale factor
Right.
application. So let's say the default size to be say 1280 by 60. So if your resolution is bigger than 1280 by 720, then what you do is you scale it up based on whatnot. And if it's slower than 1280 by 720, then you scale it down. So
Oh,
basically,
yeah, I see.
you store that scale factor, and then you multiply it just by that scale factor value. That's the easiest way that I came up with using it in libgdx. So what I'll do in the meantime is I can search for my code quickly, and I'll share my screen and kind of show you an example of how I do
Oh,
it.
that'd be helpful. Yeah, thank you.
So you would start
All
with
right,
base
no problem.
resolution and then go up and down from there.
Yeah. So
So
that seems like the
That makes
easiest.
sense. Yeah.
Or you could, if you wanted to. This is one, but if you wanted to, you could have different images of different sizes, right? So you know how there's different folders for resources, like there's a HD one, a
Yeah,
regular.
in the layout.
So you
Yeah,
could
in the
have,
layout folder. Yeah.
yeah, so you could have different sizes of images, but that's just annoying. Create
Yeah,
different
yeah,
sizes for
yeah.
different
And I believe that we
devices.
call that mip mapping,
So
right?
if that's what they call it.
Yeah, I believe they call it mip mapping. Like when you see a texture from a long distance and very blurry and low resolution, but when you go closer to it, it's the same texture but only higher res. That's mip mapping.
Oh wow.
I learned something
Well, I
today.
didn't even.
Amazing.
I just learned something. Okay, let me see. Let me get my code quickly. Man, I gotta do better code management. I'm honestly the worst at this. Like,
Team Foundation server
Maybe you just try to rewrite everything.
or GitHub, eh?
my code is just
Yeah, GitHub's good.
everywhere.
Like if your code's a mess, don't just change it and try to make it better. Just rewrite it.
Yeah, sure.
Lord have
Oh, and while
where's
we're
my code?
waiting, maybe you should take a look about this. You know how we're talking about deadlines? This is how I would like to deal with deadlines. You don't tell them how long it really take you. And you pretend it takes you, or the deadline's actually shorter than it really is. Then if you actually meet your pretend deadline, which is actually shorter than your actual deadline, then you're pretty much early. You know what I mean? You're really early. You look like a miracle worker.
You will satisfy them. They will think you're amazing because you're.
Yes, that's what Scotty does.
Oh, there's my.
It might take me a few years, but maybe I'm finished next month. Oh, nice. I will try that. I think my boss is.
Yeah, tell them
working
it'll
with
take you an hour and it'll really take you 45 minutes.
it. I like to expand it. Like probably end of the month, and I will finish in a day. So it looks like I'm really good.
No, that's like over exaggeration. He's
Yeah.
gonna expect a lot from you.
Damn it.
You want to do it by like a few percentage, maybe double, maybe I don't know, maybe your target time should be like 75% of your time or 50% of your actual time.
But with coding, I think it's really hard to say, like, if somebody asks like could you build up this web service, and they tell me there's like 50 procedures and maybe 15 functions, and I say like, oh, it will take me like a week if if they are difficult, like difficult functions, or is it like just a return back and something like that, or algorithms, something really hard. How do I say like, oh, this takes me like a week? I think it's really difficult because most things you've not done sometimes. So
Oh, so basically you're assessing your time based upon like nothing. You're just pulling a number out of your ass.
No, I don't. I don't. I always say I don't know how when I'm finished. I just say maybe and
Oh, you should use that as a substitution. It's like, who fucking knows?
yeah. I say I'll quit my job. No, but I think it's hard. I don't know how you guys think about it, but I think it's hard to come up with like a
But
time,
anyway,
a
Peter, did you find
schedule,
what
a
you're looking for?
deadline. Sorry,
Nothing. Sorry.
were you offending me?
I was talking to Peter.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you
what
find
did you
what you were
say?
looking for?
Pardon me?
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah. I'm
He's
just going to share quickly. Can you guys see my screen right now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Java.
Oh, excellent.
Java.
Okay, so you guys can see it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, is Jonathan, you're still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Still here. Yep.
Okay, so you can see on my screen, this is the more complex version I did, but it's simple. So I just made a scale factor class, and basically I set my virtual width and my virtual height, so 1280 by 720. So that's the main thing that I want, and so I divide to get the actual scale factors to see how much you scale everything by. I said that my scale x is equal to the width of the device, the resolution of the device in the x coordinate divided by the virtual height, and same thing for the y. Then whenever you have something that requires you to scale up, like if you have an image or something like that, then you multiply it by this x and you multiply it by this y value.
Yeah.
So I didn't. So by default, like vectors and stuff, they don't scale by default. You have to do them all manually. So instead of having to do that manually in my code all the time, what I did is that I just created a scaled vector, scaled text, scale rectangle, all these different types of values. So depending on the resolution, it will scale it automatically. And when the screen resizes, then it will rescale as well. So that's all I did.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
once you resized, you use the scale.
Where do you
vector
actually
class.
set like
So
where do you
Pardon?
where do you actually set like the current virtual
You're
width
kind of chipping
virtual
in and out.
oh can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you actually set the current virtual width and height? Because you set it like programmatically, like you said, like my screen is like what was it, 720p, I believe. In the code before, can you show it again? Are you getting me? Hello? Is there somebody there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I don't know if coding made easier.
I think he's scared of me. It's like, oh man, could you guys please stop talking?
I feel like there's something wrong with my internet, man.
Oh, I
Like
will.
everybody's chipping in and out.
No, I think you smoked a lot. Oh no, you're not the one that's smoking. Sorry.
No.
The guy.
Alright, can you ask me that again?
Okay.
I think it's working now.
So what? Where do you actually set like your current screen resolution? I saw you put in 720p in floats, but whoa. Where do you actually get like the
You
current
get
screen
the
size?
current resolution?
Yeah.
Oh, so libgdx has that built in. So I did that using here, I'll show my screen again.
I think it's that will help Jonathan also, because now he knows how to set them like static, just like put them in and yeah. Okay, so I didn't get it.
The
So you-
GDX dot get graphic the graphics dot get width
Oh, yeah.
method.
Yeah, so that gets the current width of the resolution of the
Awesome.
device, and you
Oh,
divide it
yeah.
by the virtual width.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect, you know. And yeah, so I'll just with the text, you know that text, you had a text class, a scale text class. I'll just apply the same thing, but
Yeah.
for text as well.
Yeah, so it does everything. Yeah, so every other I see here, like even image and stuff,
Yeah.
the animated image and all that stuff. Yeah, all of these are. I just created a scalable package. So all these things, whenever the screen resolution changes, they'll scale to the screen resolution.
Oh,
So it makes it easier than having to manually
Yeah.
apply a scale factor to everything you need.
that's
So,
cool. We do it that way. That is perfect. Just what I needed.
all right. So any other questions?
I'm good.
All right.
I think I have a question. Speaking of vectors, do you think one day we might see a game that actually uses vector-based sprites instead of like hand-drawn or pixel art? I'd like to see more vectors because it scale to any resolution.
Well, like, I think
That will be a big
I'm
game.
pretty sure there's games nowadays that actually do use vector-based art. I don't know any of
I know about vector art. You
off
know,
the top of my head.
like people do it in Flash. You know, that's how they make My Little
Yeah.
Pony and stuff like that.
You seem to know a lot about that, man.
Vector?
No, My Little Pony.
No, like I Googled vector art and vector tutorial or SVG or Inkscape tutorials and people drawing ponies.
No, I think you. No, I don't believe that, man. Let's keep it here, okay? I mean, it's not like it's YouTube and everybody can see it. You just watch.
No, it's like Flash, you know, sort of some
Yeah,
Flash.
Flash. That's like a
and
a
they
name
were
for
just
My
doing
Little Pony,
ponies.
right? No, I get you. I'm just joking. So, but there aren't there like already vector-based games? Like, I mean, somehow if you change your resolution, or this they got like all the different resolutions packed with the game.
Well, there are elements just like text and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
there's and there are some logos too, but not full on sprites where there's not a single thing that is raster based.
Yeah. Okay. But that would be hard on a processor. But these days it's possible, right?
Yeah, we do have vector extensions, but that's with recent CPUs.
Yeah.
And well, I suppose what about with libcairo? It'll take all that shit off the the CPU and put it on the GPU. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it'd be a good
Alright, I
project.
think I'm gonna have to.
It'll be something interesting.
I don't know what's wrong with my connection, man.
Ugh.
Oh, stupid
your ISP?
Rogers. I hate Rogers.
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 North American Internet is
You suck,
terrible.
Rogers.
Oh.
So all this time I didn't know what PowerShell was for.
PowerShell?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Oh, that's like that's like an hack shield. No, I don't know. What do you mean with PowerShell? Like where did you?
The little application that's. Let me show you.
It's like when you open a game.
No, it's when you it's a little tool that's on Windows operating system.
Oh. No man, I don't fuck with Windows. Oh wait, that will fuck up all my story. Like I'm talking. Hack Shield? I never heard of Hack Shield, man. You got like Windows 8.2 update 0. Hack Shield. Does anyone else know what Hack Shield is?
Oh, with what?
No
What
idea.
is?
Oh wait, we are probably gonna see it. PowerShell.
Yeah, shell.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was talking about PowerShield. No, PowerShell. It's basically like an very, very useful command line.
Okay. Just
And,
like Portal and
yeah, I only use it with SharePoint. When we develop like applications for SharePoint, PowerShell lets us install it internally on the server. So it's like a very useful tool.
It's like
to
a
do.
terminal, like same as the terminals in Linux. right?
Yeah, basically. So you can
It's a
do.
fake Linux for
actually do
Windows.
Okay.
what?
It's pretty much a fake Linux for Windows.
Ah man,
It's like a
don't
first-party
hate, man. Don't hate. No, but you could do anything with PowerShell. I mean, command line is like limited to certain things. I mean, you can get information, but it's hard to put information in your system. And with like PowerShell, you can. So.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
And that's like somebody's lonely in the background. Come on, maybe you could...
All right. I'm good.
She is basically like a PowerShell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
Not there.
powerful.
Not there. Not there. I'm on camera right now, yo. Come on.
I told you, she was PowerShell. She can do anything. I'm sure.
All right. Okay.
You know, there is a button where that you can press and your camera will not be seen. That's what I pressed.
I think he wants to be famous.
Yeah.
I can see something on my camera, and now you can't. Camera? No camera. Camera? No camera.
Yeah.
Are you flashing us, man?
No.
Put your camera off, camera on. Not you. No, the Commodore. What's flashing us?
Oh, believe me, you don't want me to flash you.
Oh man, okay, no, that's.
I do not want to scar you for life.
Oh, my other question, going back from what I asked earlier, any of you guys are familiar with Android Studios?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I think it's just Eclipse with a different, like
So
theme.
is Eclipse, would you recommend me, because I'm new to it, so would you recommend me starting off in Eclipse or?
I will give this to Coding Made Easy because I don't develop in Java, so
Just
I am
use Eclipse.
Eclipse?
Just use Eclipse. Like, but honestly, Eclipse sucks. I hate Eclipse
Yeah,
with
man.
a passion, but Eclipse is the best thing you're gonna get for Java. Like IntelliJ looks a lot better, to be honest, but it's just not as widely supported as Eclipse. So if you want the most support, which you're going to need when you start off, then Eclipse is your best bet. I don't know. The thing about me is, like, when I'm coding, I like to code professional and like feel professional, and Eclipse just doesn't feel professional to me. Like, it feels like a 10-year-old made it, and they just like slap
What's
things
about
together. Like, it just
a
looks so
text
ugly.
editor and just a compiler?
Yeah.
Like,
Then you
it's
feel professional.
like, it looks like it was made for like Windows like 2000. It's not made. It doesn't look good. And so like when I'm coding in it, I'm like,
What do you want, a ribbon
why?
UI?
I mean,
I've downloaded. I have both installed on my system. It's just the UI on Eclipse I just didn't really like.
Yeah,
Eclipse is also something I really hate about Eclipse. It's like we recently bought the company where I work. We recently bought like a sketcher, so that we got an information analyst, and that guy just comes up with ideas, and he creates like a little UI what he thinks would be done with the front end, but when he showed it to me, it was basically a program built in Eclipse, and Eclipse has a lot of those. I think Eclipse isn't like really. It just gives it all away to other companies so they could use the user interface. And I was like, what? Eclipse isn't an editor anymore. It's just like it's been used a lot of times for different things. So, yeah. I don't like it.
Eclipse is PHP. It's just a hack. It's just a hack of different things that like looks like a bunch of different people worked on the project and slapped in something they thought would be useful. That's what it feels like to me. Like it's just really ugly. Like when I open up Visual Studio and I see Visual Studio, I'm like, thank God for Microsoft for making something so beautiful. And then you go to Eclipse and you're like, come on, come on.
But
You
is
could
it
do
like the most used
better than that.
for Java development?
Wait, say that again?
Is Eclipse like the most used editor for Java, or are there other?
Yeah, for Java, yeah, it is like it is the most used for Java, and I don't get why. Well, I think it's because it's free and it has a lot of like It has a lot of. It can do. You can do a lot of stuff with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
has a lot
so
of extensions like yeah, like the GitHub extensions and the CVS and SVN thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then because it's been used for so long, like there's so much documentation and so much support for it on the internet that honestly, if you really want to get something seriously done in Java, you need to use Eclipse. Like I tried using IntelliJ, and when I run into a problem, and I'm like, okay, I search on the internet this problem. There's no posts on it on the internet.
Yeah.
Kind of like, okay, instead of me pulling my hair out, might as well just use Eclipse. So I've tried different themes, but they're all just as ugly.
If you're going to complain about your UI, then do you think they should just like go for a Metro UI
Yeah.
or
No,
a modern
no. It's, I think
Yeah,
it's the amount of buttons it got, the amount of
yeah.
menus it got.
There's just
It's
too
like a
much,
lot.
and the code screen, like the source code area, is just so small. And then when you press, then it's like, oh my gosh, like a spam of windows open up, and you're like, why are all these windows here? And then you gotta, it's just very unorganized. And like, who really wants to wake up in the morning and open up Eclipse? Like, that's the worst way to start your day. To feel like you went back in time and you opened up those 2,000 applications. Like, that's the
Yeah.
worst way to. I don't know, man. Like, it's not for me. But
I think
again,
that Eclipse, like the Eclipse Foundation, is working on, like they have the UI on their to-do list, so they want to get it to make it better, more. They want to make it more like the Visual Studio one or the IntelliJ one. Like they want to have more space for the code screen and
that's what
like
they.
less screens that are really distracting and less windows, because yeah, I had the same problems, and I thought like maybe getting to IntelliJ helps you, but at the end I got back to Eclipse for the Java work and such.
Yeah. So I hope they honestly if they do, like Java will be a lot more appealing. But sadly, the UI does play a part in like how appealing it is. Like I don't know, it just doesn't look professional, man. Like it just looks so ugly.
Yeah.
See, hope
By
they
the way,
fix it. And I'm so tired of the small coding screen and having to every single time I open up Eclipse, I gotta apples, and when I press debug, I
Get
I just
crumped.
hate that.
Yeah.
I hate everything. Yeah,
by
like
the
there's
way,
just too much, man.
is like IntelliJ,
And
is Android Studio just isn't that based on IntelliJ? Because it
I
looks a
think
lot like
now it's based on IntelliJ. Former it was Eclipse. They just used it at the beginning because I think it was more supportive for such. I
yeah.
don't quite remember. I haven't been too much into it. So yeah.
um, I don't know, but that's it. I'm not really a supporter of Java, so whatever happens with Java happens. I just hope I never have to use it again for the rest of my life. Like besides from my tutorial series, I don't want to use it professionally. I don't want anything to do with Java. It's just like, man,
So you're what,
like
HTML5 or whatever they call it?
for like what do I prefer?
Yeah.
I'm a C++ guy. C++ and C sharp, man. Like I love C sharp too. Like honestly, if C sharp had the same like flexibility and power as C++, I'd probably like C sharp more.
Yeah.
Cause C sharp just makes your life so much easier. I'm not even gonna lie. It makes coding so easy.
Yeah.
But C++, you just have the utmost control. Like there's nothing you can't do in C++. So
Yeah, like C
I
Sharp
just
seems like a better version of C++, C, and it takes a bit of other OOP languages. Like it takes also a certain part of Java and makes it just much more easy and better and running much smoother. Like
I think
you can read the
Yeah.
code much better. I think. Like yeah.
C
Yeah.
Sharp is more like the safer version of like C++, because what you said, C++ can basically do anything you want to do. The C
It
Sharp
is.
has some boundaries, but the boundaries are good enough for the things we want to do with applications. So yeah,
Yeah. Honestly, like if you need like if C sharp can handle the job, C sharp. Like there's no doubt in my mind. Like it feels right. I'm not gonna lie. Like it honestly feels right when you're programming in C sharp. Like just even the introduction of properties, like just properties in itself just makes it like it makes it so much easier than having to write a whole bunch of set methods. That's the most annoying part I find about C plus plus. And like even delegates are a safer way to handle function pointers. Like it's all safe, and you don't really have to worry too much about garbage collection or like garbage collector handles most of. You have to worry too much about memory management. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty smooth language, but C plus plus just takes the cake. I don't know. I just one thing I like about C plus plus is that I like the complexity. Like I sort of like it in a way in that like it's like there's always new things to learn and there's always new complex concepts to learn and blah 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 and there's always so many different ways you can apply your code. Just so much
Yeah.
freedom. So
and also I'm not familiar
it's,
with what C++ for like improvements got and still coming up with improvements, but the community on C Sharp is still growing and growing and growing,
Yeah.
and the amount of usage of
for
C Sharp is just it's just also growing, and the new .NET
hmm
updates are awesome. So yeah,
yeah,
I like that.
like honestly if they made .NET like cross platform by default
Oh, that would be freaking
like
Mm.
awesome.
Honor or something,
Yeah.
C sharp would be used like everywhere, but just the
Yeah.
Windows only limitation is what makes it less attractive.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
Yeah, and the multi-apply thing is just a stupid hack, you know. Part about C Sharp is just a hack, though, you know. Mono.
yeah,
Yeah, but
but
those things, I personally think that that's not the right way to go, and it's not the most improved and smooth experience you will get.
just because it's not really designed for cross-platform use, so it's like there's no point because like there's if you really want cross-platform, there's no need for C sharp and
I
C
would probably
sharp.
go with JavaScript if I have to go on a cross-platform.
Yeah, JavaScript is actually like taking it up now. Like it looks very promising,
Yeah. With
but
TypeScript and CoffeeScript. I like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really got like I'm not really a fan of script, but like I can see it sort of pick now.
Yeah.
But it looks like in the near future, especially in web applications and stuff. Yeah, but what I'm really excited for the web is like once they fully get like I think that's really gonna take over. Well, they already got it running somewhat, but like once it becomes more stable, I think that'll be
I
pretty
didn't hear
cool.
you. It cut off like when you said the thing you were talking
Or
about.
OpenGL.
Oh, OpenGL. Okay,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, once I get OpenGL like web, like there'll be a huge amount of things you can do. Like Flash will probably die out. Well, it is.
I hope. I hope.
Yeah, Flash is already dying anyways.
Yeah.
But man, like good things. But I think already Mono Game is already doing some stuff with the web because I don't know if you guys heard of the game Bastion. Bastion
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
whatever. They got that running in the web using Monogame and I
Mhm.
think OpenGL for the web. So I'm like, that's pretty cool. Like they're making a lot of progress. So and sooner or later you'll be able to make PS4 games using C# and Monogame. So that's pretty cool.
Like when we're now
So
that we're already on the topic like C# and such, like of, people from the Java community went over to the C# community because of the similar syntax. It wasn't that similar, but it was really easy to dive into. Like
yeah,
I like most of my colleagues now just use C# because they say when they look back in that Java times, they say, "Well, I was really dumb using just Java." No,
yeah,
well, even though they are limited mostly by .NET, that they have to use Windows or just use like Mono for Linux and Mac. But otherwise, they say it's really much better than using Java now at the moment.
yeah. Like honestly, like Java. The one thing that pisses me off the most about Java is everything in a method is passed by value, and I think that's the thing that pisses me off the most. How you like there's no references, there's no
Mm.
reference types. I think that's the most frustrating thing that I've ever had to deal with Java in my life. Like I just can't get I don't understand it. Like C++ to Java was supposed to be an upgrade, but it seems like it was a downgrade. C# feels like an upgrade.
What do
Yeah.
you think
It
about
honestly does.
procedural C?
Pardon
What do you
me?
think about procedural C?
Procedural C?
Yes.
Is it like a
Oh, like just regular C?
Yes.
oh
Like what do I think about it? I'm not like I know it. I don't really use often, but it's all right. I rather have a class, rather work with object-oriented programming. Life without it is just annoying. Just gloomy.
what about F sharp? If you go like
F
all
sharp, I haven't
it seems to
looked
be like
into that. Is that a functional language?
yeah.
Isn't there D sharp too?
There's so many.
You wish, man. You wish you got a D, right? But it's sharp, really sharp. No, but no, I've heard of it, and I almost like I use Visual Studio, so I was like, what is actually F sharp? And I looked it up, and it is very interesting. I don't see like the best uses of it because I always like my models and stuff like that, but it's basically functions only. It's functionally based.
Yeah, I don't know. Once they said functional programming language, they turn off. I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't.
me neither, man. I don't even know what is like if there are any like big advantages or something like that.
Yeah,
And you don't hear it a lot. Like it's not like everybody's talking about F sharp. Like, oh man, you heard about F
Mm.
sharp? So I feel like it's like a language
yeah.
basically only for that kind of thing, like a specific thing. Mm.
And as for Jonathan, why the Java hate? Because Java sucks. I don't know, man.
I can
That's
agree.
the only thing I can say. Can say is that like there is no benefit to me using Java. There is absolutely none. Like unless I specifically had to code for Android or something, I don't get it. Like it does nothing for me. It just makes me feel like it makes me question why I'm a programmer. That's what it does. And I don't like that. So like C languages it is. Um, what
No,
about in
oh
Google
man, don't
Play?
talk about.
Google Play, you make no money from Google Play.
Yeah,
Absolutely no. If you want to make money for app development, you have to go with Apple. Simple enough. Like it's too
As
easy
long
for
as you make
people
something like
like
Flappy Birds and you print money.
Flappy Birds. Flappy Birds made all the money off iOS too. So That's the
Yeah.
only reason why Apple is still alive. Is because you make more money off their platform.
Didn't they
So
recently announced or already using a new programming language? My colleague talked about it, but
oh, Objective
yeah, that was it.
C.
Yeah.
Oh, Objective C is so ugly. I don't understand. Like there is one good thing about that I really like about Objective C with the I don't remember what it's called named. I don't remember what it's called, but there's one good aspect, but it is just so different than traditional language. It just have you seen any Objective C syntax?
It's
No, no, not at all. No.
Apple's.
I
Gosh, I
don't.
gotta
What
show
I
you
said,
this.
I
Like
don't fuck with Apple, and
it's
basically
so
why
ugly.
is because it's very hard to start with. I mean, you
Yeah.
have to have like or a Hackintosh, or you have to like have a Mac. I see what they're trying to do. Like, I mean, I like their interface. I think they're doing a good job, but maybe a little bit too good.
Yeah,
So when I always get like I did an application once for my school. It was basically showing your schedule of the week, and you could add some comments, and people from the that make the schedules get them. And the only mail I got, like I had like an about, and they could mail me with some problems. And the only emails I got was like, when do you think of putting it on iPhone and stuff like that? And I was like, I'm not interested in that. I don't get paid for it, and I have to pay like 100 euros, probably $100 where you live, and I have to have like an Hackintosh or Apple to do it. I mean, it's such a expensive
it's
thing to
just
do. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
why would I do that if I don't want to? Like, I mean, you're not gonna pay me because you want it on your Apple. I mean, it's not an application somebody wants to pay for it. I mean, I can profit
Like
maybe from the ads, but not even. Then I will have to have it running for like maybe 5 or 10 years because
yeah, like like honestly, it's not worth it. Like
no.
this is what Apple does. Like I'm tired of them forcing me to use their products, man. Like like okay, for example, on my Android, right?
Mhm.
I have my Android phone, right? I bought my Android, right? So I own it. So whenever
Yes.
I'm developing apps for my Android, right? I don't need to pay any developer fee or anything to test my app,
Mm.
right? I
Yes.
can device freely. For Apple, you can't do that. If you want to just test on your phone, you have to pay Apple $100, $99 plus tax, just to be able to test it on your phone.
Wait a minute. I think any iOS device can run like IPAs, can it?
Yeah, but you can't deploy it on your
Market.
device without paying the $100. You
Only
Is there a
won't.
way
deploy.
to
So you
spoof
don't
it?
have to have it on your like testing for yourself or marketing.
If you have to pay
Yes, this is completely
$100.
different things.
So to test it and market it, you need to pay that $100, and you have to pay it
Yeah,
every
but to
year.
compile, don't you just need LLVM?
Pardon me?
To compile, it doesn't just use standard LLVM.
To compile, you can click fine, but you can't test on your device without
So you
paying
have
provisioning
basically an
profiles.
application that only works on your PC.
I thought you only need $100 here to sign your code, but it can run unsigned IPAs.
You can, but you can't run it on your device. You can only run it on
An emulator.
what is that? Yeah, on the emulator. And the emulator is not a good thing to really test
No.
it on.
Yeah,
If you actually want to test on a real device and actually market it, you need to pay $100, which is annoying because it's my device. So I'd have to pay $100 to test.
Yeah.
And so you
well, isn't
pay that
Microsoft going
money.
to change
Just
with that? Don't you have to pay with the newest stuff? Aren't they going for pay only? But they're getting rid of the Express editions for Visual Studio.
Yeah, but the Express editions
pardon
are
me?
basically enough.
Yes, but I thought they
Yeah,
were
they are
getting rid of
enough.
the
They're more
Express
than
edition.
enough.
Sorry, what did you say? Come
Uh,
on.
they're getting rid of the Express edition.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
No, they won't do that. That
They
I
won't
have
they wouldn't do that.
I basically I got like for a year now I got Windows Phone, and yeah, I'm a little bit like it sounds like I'm a bit of a Windows fanboy, but they are so into people making apps because they are just like the lowest in the market right now.
Yeah.
So they want you to make apps, and they will give you everything you need to make apps, and that's what I like. And
Mm.
Apple is on top of the game, so it's like the other way around. You want to make apps for Apple, and Apple is like, okay, buy yourself all the equipment, go ahead.
Well, this is my take on like Apple support. You buy Apple products not to support Apple, but to support people that buy Apple, not to support Apple.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You buy to service the people who you're trying to help by making an application for them by making it available for platforms that they use, no matter how much you hate the platform.
No, I can see that. I mean, if I would make an application that could change the world, for example, Flappy Bird. Uh, if you make it only for one
Yeah, when Flappy
system,
Bird it's like real easy stuff. It's like it could be.
yeah.
I could probably do that in like an afternoon.
Okay, but it was an
Mostly, I could
example.
probably- Hmm?
It's an example. Like if you only deploy it on one system or what operating system, then other operating system will be like, oh man, I really want that. And that you can expand your market, but for somebody starting and developing apps, if you want to reach an audience and you're just starting, you won't probably go with Apple with like your starting application. If you got a whole like company behind you, yeah, they will pay for it. They don't mind. They just want to get a lot of downloads, a lot of views. But you, as a developer, has to start somewhere, and that wouldn't be like Apple because
So
it's very
basically, what you're saying is focus on multi-plat after you're really confident with your abilities.
again. I don't get it.
So basically, if you could only support Apple products when you believe that your application is good enough for it and good enough to be sold.
Yeah, I would do that. I won't just if I for
So
example
okay,
let me
so,
say
so
if
if you
you
made a
have
few
made
applications, you're like, just fuck Objective C until I'm good enough to actually make anything else, and then I'll relearn Objective C.
why would you make like for example let's say and you got some Apple apps that are like fans like you make your phone a sponge. Such stupid things. I wouldn't release it on Apple because why the fuck I probably don't make money off
Hey,
it.
those stupid things probably make money.
Yeah, I know. When I said it, I was like, oh,
Like I
maybe
said,
people.
Flappy Birds. That shit makes money.
Yeah, it's also very stupid, but it's compelling. Is that it? Compelling?
Well, and another thing is, like, if you're making something like Flappy Bird, something like that could easily be made in middleware, of which exports to iOS anyway.
Yeah, but there are also a lot of different like lookalikes. There's some before Flappy Bird was released that also could be like really cool apps, but they didn't go viral. So you have like an app that may be freaking great, and people, if somebody starts to play it, it will get like tons of downloads because oh look at this, look I'm playing this, even though it's very simple. But you have to do it like on the right time, and the guy that made Flappy Bird just did it on the right time. I mean, he probably thinks it's a stupid game. Um,
Well, yeah, he does.
yeah, and he took it off. Yeah, but he's coming with a new one.
Nah,
And
the guy who made Flappy Bird though, like I think he like cheated the system or like scammed or something because he made that game in like May last year and it started blowing up in December
oh, that's
or something
stupid.
like that. So
Yeah.
like
So you
people
think he
think
did a lot of
he's a
SEO
bot.
shit?
Like I think he's a bot or something. Like I don't know how because like his game would have got lost.
Yeah, and
Like
he also made other games like Ninja Star Trolling or something like
yeah,
that, and
So
that didn't
basically,
go viral. I mean, it's as simple as Flappy Bird. It's probably as addictive as Flappy Bird. It just needs that little push, like that little thing that goes viral. And maybe he cheated the system, and he figured out a way to, if he, for example, Steam got a problem. I think if you see Steam, they recently added a section for updates. Maybe he updated his app that many times that he kind of comes up on the front page, and like.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh,
So
so you
some,
think? Yeah. So you think he pretty much spoofed his traffic? Like he added access to a VPN. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go on this VPN. I'm gonna download Flappy Birds. Oh, another VPN, Flappy Birds, Flappy Birds, Flappy
it
Birds.
could be possible because some systems work like for Google Play also works with it, and Windows Phone Store is also working with it. If you just recently put up an app, and it got like 100 downloads within 1 day, it's seen as a what's it called, like um, wanted app. Like it comes up like a wanted app because it's only 1 day on the App Store, and it got already 100,000 or 100, not thousand, but 100 downloads. And
So
oh,
basically, all it needs is a snowball, and then it'll go down the hill, and the
yeah,
snowball will get
could be
bigger.
possible. I'm not saying that happens here, but could be possible.
So basically, he just spoofed it like about a couple hundred times, or 100 times, or X amount of times to make him like big in his local area. And that just bootstrapped the process, and people saw that and they went nuts.
Maybe.
Maybe not nuts, but if you see an app,
Like
think
I've
about
cheated the
yourself.
system with Google, with not Google Plus, with the YouTube comments. Like I've cheated the system. Like I made sock puppet accounts, and then I only like thumbed it up like 3 or 4 times with my sock puppets, and on my trolling accounts, and that was like the top one over there, and it had like 10 thumbs ups or like 20 thumbs ups.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean
Must be hot.
it happens everywhere. I mean I think it's also very hard to see if that's happening.
So when you cheat the system, you really only need to just bootstrap it. You don't need to do everything yourself.
You still gotta need a good application though. I mean, Flappy Bird, even though it's very stupid, it's still addicting, and it works. It
Yes,
doesn't
because
have,
of dopamine and shit like that.
yeah. But if somebody, like, if you see an application on the market that only has 10 downloads, but you see another application that got 100,000 downloads, and it's basically the same application, which one would you choose?
True.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
and maybe the one with the 10 downloads is really is better. It got better trial and error, but it looks a little bit different. That's also something. Looks is also very important. I mean, those images, like showing how the app looks, are very important for apps.
And also the spoofing reviews too.
So yeah,
Honestly, it's just marketing, like how you market it. Like you have to realize, okay, like most of the people who download apps are borderline retarded. That's what I'm saying. And you have to make them feel like they want that app, cause like you know the amount of that people like, the reason why Google Play hasn't kicked off is, and the reason why people buy iPhone, like, oh, because on the Google Play anybody can post anything. So sometimes I download an app and the app has porn on it or something like that, or something along those lines, and it's like, couldn't you fully see that like on the app description page? But it's,
And also,
they
don't
don't
people want
understand. They see,
that? Come on, you're gonna jack off on your
I
phone.
don't, like, I don't know, but like they just don't, like, they don't understand what they're doing, and they don't realize that before they
And
install
also
an
another
app, it
thing
lets you
is,
know.
I don't know
It
a
lets you,
single person that has an iPhone that I actually met.
no, that can't be true. They probably have an iPhone, but they won't show it to you. So,
yeah,
like,
like
They hide
everybody
it
has an
from you.
iPhone.
Oh, when
Everybody
I
in the
call,
world
they
has
get a
an
text
iPhone.
message. I never see it.
I don't know,
Well, I
man.
see
Like,
our Android.
yeah.
the Android phones, there are more people have Androids than iPhones, but people develop more for the better apps for iPhone and maintain them more, simply because people who have iPhones generally pay more for apps, and they'll actually invest more time in apps. So
They
Google
also
Play,
expect more
the thing
from
about
these apps. they also
What do you say?
expect more of these apps, because it's a simple thoughts you have. Like, you spend more money, you want more. It's like just that simple. Some people
Oh,
just think that way. Not everyone thinks that, but a lot of people do. And if you just follow these rules and you kind of success on these, that's
Yeah,
already a big
why
group of
people
people
are.
you're reaching.
what I also have
What
want to
about
see.
spending less to get more? Like my Steam account, I have like 400 games.
Oh, you're on Steam,
That's
dude?
just the
Add
problem,
me.
man. No, but
Yeah,
what I also see is
like
like
no, like
when people have like an iPhone, and I ask them like, why do you have an iPhone? Oh, I mean, everybody has one and it's useful. The apps are great. Okay, and I say, okay, but those on the Android and maybe on Windows Phone, you got maybe less,
yeah,
or on Google Play you got maybe more, but they're still also the same.
But
Do
still,
you use
you're.
any specific apps like? No, I just tweet and I just make photos. I sometimes chat. I mean, they're all on Google Play too, and they say, oh, I didn't know. So why won't you look at like the Android phones? And they say like, yeah, I mean, everybody has one iPhone. I mean, why should I buy an Android
That's
phone?
just a herd mentality.
yeah. So
Basically, yeah. People just do what anybody else does. So, and I
People
think
are
that's stupid.
see
people.
what honestly, like Apple's just smart because
Yeah.
Apple just like they made okay. This is why people I have an iPhone now because my Android broke and I got an iPhone for development, but I honestly hate it. Worst phone I've ever had. And honestly, like people like honestly people just like the iPhone was meant to be that luxury phone, that phone that only people who have money have. But now
Mhm.
everybody and their mom has an iPhone. But people still feel
Why do people
like they're
say
in
everybody has an
group where,
iPhone?
oh, I
Like, I
have an
don't know
iPhone.
people that have one.
Where do you live?
Well, I don't know where you live. You probably live in Antarctica.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know, man.
I wanted to say. Yeah.
I don't know,
Or
man.
Germany, I guess Germany, right? They don't
Yeah,
allow to be.
Germany,
They don't
they
allow
have that
iPhones.
much. I can't
Well,
quite
where you
confirm that.
live, the
I'm living in
people are.
Germany, so yeah.
Hmm? What was that?
Well, wherever
I
you
can't.
live, people are
I live
smart.
in the United States of America, the state of Rhode Island, the province Plantations.
Wait,
Do you
which
want to
state do
sing
you
me
live in?
the anthem?
The state of Rhode Island, the province Plantations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Rhode Island. Peter Griffin.
Good old USA.
Well, I don't know, man. Like people, I don't know. Maybe your state has smart people, cause if I don't know, I would rather get an Android. Like I just
No, my state has
Apple.
broke people. This is the state with the highest unemployment.
Oh, I see. I see. So,
Oh,
but that's why they don't show
maybe
you the
that's.
iPhone, because they probably stole it.
No, it's because they probably don't fucking have one. They can't afford one.
Oh,
And if they could, they probably found out. Oh, once I have money, it's like, oh, I have money to get an iPhone. Why the fuck would I want one?
They're lucky
Android
they're
and
lucky
iPhone are
they don't
useless.
get they're lucky
they are lucky to be
lucky
poor.
they
Is
get
that what you
one.
want to say?
Trust me. Yeah,
You're
like
lucky to
they're lucky.
buy an iPhone.
Like
You lucky bastard.
it's not worth it, man. Like it's honestly not, man. Like you know the most annoying thing I hate about iPhones, like why in the world do I have to download iTunes, which takes up like half your hard drive, just to sync my music and my pictures and everything? Like what's the point? Like why can't like Android when you plug it in, it's like a USB drive. This makes life so much easier. Like on Android, like if I put something in my Dropbox, I put music on my Dropbox, I can download it straight to my phone. Can't do it on iPhone. Can't do it. You have to always sync with
You know
iTunes.
something
Like
interesting that happened with Apple when with their Apple products? You know, their iPods and stuff like that. They made it real. Oh, something fell. But they made it out of their way to make it deliberately incompatible with Linux. Like there were updates to iTunes that did nothing but break compatibility with Linux.
yeah, because they only want you to use Apple products, and that's what
Yeah,
I hate. I hate the
and the
limitation.
Windows version is shitty.
Yeah. So you're so limited. Like, if you want a good experience on Apple, you need everything Apple. You need to have a Mac. You need to have, like, if you want the full experience,
Yes,
you need
Apple
everything
likes
Apple.
it when Apple wants you to get into their ecosystem. Like they want you to bring your things into their system, but
Exactly.
they don't want you to take their things out of their system and put it in a different system.
Because people aren't. They know that smart people will not use it unless you force them to.
Hold
Like,
on a
the
moment.
only reason why I have an iPhone is because I was forced to.
Yeah. Also,
Like, I
what
was
I
forced
think
to if I want to do app development.
what is really weird about Apple is that here in the Netherlands, it's required to have like 2 years of warranty on electronics,
Yeah.
and Apple is
I
like
think that's the European standard.
only 1 year. You get only 1 year, and there was like
I'm busy.
all people complaining about why would I get
Yeah.
one? They're just breaking the law, and nobody cares because it's Apple and they're big and they got a lot of money. And
Yeah.
if
What
you
flaws
don't
did
have
Apple
Apple
break?
there, sorry,
What flaws did
Warranty.
Apple break?
the ones
European
that you
warranty
have to get,
laws.
yeah, the warranties one, like they give you one. You will have to pay an amount of money to get like more years of warranty. But we in Europe, you need to have like 2 years of warranty on any electronic device, and they just like, oh no, don't give a fuck. There was also like they were just on trial. Why do we see like an?
But this is Apple Video
I'm
Card,
confused.
and this is not a display port. Not display, DVI port.
Yeah.
Apple Display Connector. And they use that in as proprietary displays. That they had these Apple Cinema displays or studio displays. It only worked on the Apple connections that did not work with other computers. So if you bought like an Apple
Yeah.
and you want to switch your computer and keep your monitor, you cannot keep your monitor.
Yeah, and like, look at what's with the stupid lightning bolt cable. Like,
Yeah, man.
why did they have to change the charger?
Oh, because the patent expired.
It's so man. Like,
That's really annoying.
The patent
oh
expired on
man, man, mine broke so easily, man. You touch it, and when you drop an iPhone on a pillow, it breaks, man. Like, it was wrong. Like, it's just so flimsy, man.
But I thought they had Gorilla Glass, and they have this little sapphire
Gorilla
crystal
Glass.
thing now, where if you stab it, it won't make a scratch.
Yeah, it's weird. But also talking about chargers, we in the Netherlands, I believe also in whole Europe, but I'm not sure. But in the Netherlands, we recently got like a new thing that mobile phones and tablets need all like the same charger, because there was a complaint about the whole lot of like people throw their old adapters away because they were not compatible with the new phones and stuff like that. You got the normal mini USB. Some old Sony Ericssons got like that weird shark looking
So, do
teeth.
you wish that
Yeah.
Apple was a European company so they could comply with European laws?
Nah, nah, I'm just saying like they
Like, this is an
think
issue
they
with
can rule the
Steam that
world.
British people have. Like, they wish that Steam would have a good refund policy when you can get with the British government. They enforce refunds. Like, you can, there is no place where you cannot get a refund policy.
I think they should have a refund policy.
They're probably getting one soon because the
Origin already has one.
yeah, and they get in trouble with Australia with the lack of refund policy, and some sort of like court is suing Steam, Valve, and with the consumer protection shit.
Yeah. Like all
Apple
the things with the
logo.
consumer rights and that, like in Europe, it's really hard for consumers. Like, if you like have certain problems with like Apple, they really just mostly don't get through because they don't care. I don't know why, but they really do not care. At least it
I like
seems
the
like
care
that.
joke.
Yeah,
Apple care joke. Nice
they
one.
really don't. Oh well. what can you do?
Well, here's the thing about customer support. Like so customer support costs a lot of money, and English speakers are very expensive. And even the Indians at the cheapest English speakers are only so cheap. You know.
I don't.
So if you want to speak to a live
They have,
representative, they cost quite a bit to implement.
but they have more than enough money.
Yeah, Apple.
They do, but I'm saying if they did that when they started out or when they first got big, they probably didn't have enough money to afford that. But now but they're probably going to get calls every day. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I think they just got an office especially for like those things, like problems with governments and the European shit that's going on. They just have an office with stupid people that just say yes, 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 no, goodbye, later, and they pick up. Yeah, I think that's basically going on here. They don't care. I mean, as long as people are buying their products, they don't care because yeah, Apple is so big right now, and if there's something going on with like their factories, the factory where they produce those products, like people it's committing suicide because of the bad quality for workers there, they will just really go fast. And they say, okay, this is not going on. This is not even our factory where we're working. And then even if somebody says like, no, it is, nobody cares because the big guy from Apple already said it isn't. We believe the big guy is because he got money and he rules the world. That's all that customers think about. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, every company does it. They try to produce their products on the cheapest way, and sometimes there's just fucked up things.
Well, here's the thing about companies. Shareholders ruin everything.
Yeah.
If you know what a GmbH or an LLC is, you know exactly what I mean.
Like an LS what?
GmbH, like a German limited liability company, and LLC is a North American limited liability company.
No.
It's a privately owned business.
Okay.
Like, usually you get the best services, well, not the best services, well, with Valve you don't get very good customer support or refunds, but you get quite a bit of good service, you know, without them lifting that many fingers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
it's always about money. It's always about money. Money, even though it's Apple, even though it's Google,
well, Apple's a publicly
Windows.
traded company. Like, the shareholders, they pressure them to milk every dollar.
Yeah.
That's what happens
but
with every
do
single
you
publicly
think
traded company.
somebody in the
And
top
if the
actually care?
CEO doesn't take every chance they make to increase their shareholder value, well, guess what? The CEO gets sued.
Yeah. By all the shareholders, yeah.
Yes.
But I don't think the CEO. Look, the CEO is a different thing. He just is the face of the company, and he needs to be like the good guy. So he will try to be the good guy. But the people that are really making the money in the company, uh, not even looking at the shareholders, just the top, the high end guys, they don't care what we think as long as we buy the products. So. And the CEO has the problem that he has to listen to the people, even though he doesn't actually listen, but he just does the job, and he just listen to what the shareholder asks him to. Yeah. It's really weird, man.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Anyway, is anybody Oh, somebody has a great video for Peter.
Hmm?
I guess we're thinking the same thing, huh?
What's that? Jack Dorsey of Square. Man, I'm gonna have to end this thing soon. Just hang out soon.
Yes, I'm getting tired too.
Oh, well, add me on Steam, whoever has Steam.
Steam. I didn't even use Steam. I don't even know why I have it. Like I barely use it.
What do you got on console?
Hmm?
Do you game on console?
Do I have a console?
Yeah, do you game on console?
Like like I barely even play games, to be completely honest. I have a PS3, but I barely play it. I had an Xbox One, and then I sold it. Got a PS4, and then sold it, and now I'm stuck with my PS3 again.
Now, have you experimented with console development?
Have I ever done any?
Have you experimented with it?
I've experimented. I've done some 3 development, but that was with XNA before it died.
Well, it's still there, just like it just hasn't been developed much. Like, what other features did they need to add there? XNA.
Say that again?
Well, XNA is still there, just development has gone to a halt with it. It's still useful.
Yeah. Well, it's really not. Well, I guess you could still use it for Windows development and stuff, but like,
And then you can
I'm
port them out.
starting on. Still porting on like a dead or dying technology. Oh, what's this? 50% off everything on Call of Duty. Yeah, man, I don't.
Freaking
Man,
awesome, man.
Call me when you have a 75% off. Oh, hell. Call me when you have a free. No, when you have a free. Don't call me when it's free. Call me when you pay money for me to install the hard drive.
No, space on your hard drive is still too expensive for Call of Duty.
Yes.
Call of Duty. Like, mixed
Even
feelings about
the
that
old
game.
hard drives. Like, not my SSD. You will never get on my SSD. Never. Yeah, no.
SSD.
But I played. I never played that much games when I was like I didn't have had any work or I just like to program and learn more things. But now I work like in my holidays. I work just the whole week. I just learned to enjoy games more just because I was the whole day I was like programming, learning new things. And when I was off, I was like, damn, I just want to relax and do nothing. And yeah, then I play games. So it changed for me like when I started working. So maybe it will come when you start working for a company.
True.
I sure enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, I love it right now. I never thought I would like games before.
Games like they don't challenge me anymore. Like I don't get the sense of joy that I used to in games. Part because I gotten older, or because whatever. But
Because it's just like the whole internet bubble thing, how it hasn't really burst yet.
I've been playing games
Games,
for over 20 years.
yeah, the games are they pretty much haven't changed that much as far as I mean the graphics has changed, certain mechanics have changed somewhat, but they're pretty much all just the same. You know, it's nothing really there
Yeah,
to.
but I think I'm not looking for a challenge. I'm not looking. I'm just looking to enjoy myself. If I'm looking for a challenge, I will play something like not hating on a game, but just League of Legends. I mean, you can accomplish things in that game, or um, but you can also play League of Legends if you want to enjoy and don't care about like the divisions and stuff like that. But I'm currently like right now having the feeling like I just want to play some Last of Us, and that's not a challenge at all. I mean that's just gaming, and if you die, okay, and nobody cares. It's not somebody else watching you like, damn, you died. Oh, you suck, man. No, that's not happening with that game. So I am currently liking. I'm playing games because I like the storyline. I like the way it looks. I like the way it progress that I progress in the game. So yeah,
Who is that? Okay, my bad.
Okay.
Your Steam account, is it? I'm trying to. Let me know if you get it, if you get the invitation. If anybody else wants me to add them on Steam, then I'll do it now.
okay. But
I'm
I
sending my
I barely go on though, but whenever I'm on, D, are you asking me how long I've been coding? I've been coding for 6+ years now, I think. Yeah, like 6+ years now.
Yeah, probably the same for me actually. 6 years. I started when I was 14, so yeah.
0 years, 0 days. Starting now. Starting now.
I started tomorrow. No, I started next year.
So the server's down on Steam. Oh, never mind. Like, I was like, what the
Time
hell?
for a free game. No.
The free games have really stepped up.
Oh man, I like the way because I already told I like games with good storyline. So what I do is like when the summer sale or free weekend, I just play I play the game because in weekends I don't have to do shit. I
Yeah.
just play a game. I like it. I mean, it's a good way to keep your community alive.
I found a lot of games now are focusing more on the multiplayer aspect than
Yeah.
rather the storyline of the game.
Yeah, true. But I also like I like my MMOs, so I'm currently playing Arcade, and I really love that game. And it doesn't have that. It has a storyline, but it isn't that great. It's not the game isn't about the storyline.
Even the multiplayer in most games isn't really that good.
Sorry, what did you say?
The multiplayer in most games isn't that good.
True.
No, yeah, true. But there are
Because
games that just
it's
only focus
repetitive.
on multiplayer. And what there was a game. I'm not sure which one it was, but there was a game that had a storyline and also multiplayer, but the multiplayer was better than the storyline, so everybody started to play multiplayer. And the next release was only multiplayer.
Oh,
So,
not sure of that.
and for example, what it's called like
What
the
about
one from
Unreal?
Microsoft, like Titanfall is for example, it hadn't a game before, but it's only multiplayer, right? I never played it, but it's only multiplayer, so some people like it, so.
Natural Production's only multiplayer and it's pretty good.
I think a lot of games now they really need to start focusing on the story mode, but just not the one player to the story mode. You know, you
Oh
have
yeah, no, like co-op would be
yeah,
awesome. Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I got on PlayStation 4, and I would like, I, I recently, my brother said to me like, "Yo man, you got a PlayStation 4? Can we play some games together?" And I was like, "Let me look through my games," and I turned them around, and it was like, "Oh, this one player, this one player, one player," and then we got to FIFA, and I didn't know why I got that game because I'm not really FIFA fan, or I like to play those games. So I was like, no, I don't got one. Sorry, man. So yeah, and I agree. I would like to play because consoles are made for like co-op
yeah, yeah,
games, right?
yeah.
So why aren't there such good games? Like
But I mean, I guess it's the comes the time that we're in. You know, a lot of people now they're isolated. They're
true,
stuck in their own little bubble
yeah,
majority of the time. So
yeah. But also not only my brother, but all my friends when they come over or they say like, oh, you get a PlayStation, let's play some games together. I have to say like there aren't
yeah,
games yet that I got recently got Diablo. I believe they support it right now, but that's the only game. And not all my friends like Diablo, so
And also, that's in the States, travel is quite expensive, so you don't really see your friends that often.
yeah, no. But United
It's
States
like
way too big for me.
we pay twice as much for airfare as Europeans do.
Mm.
Sucks.
I have free public transportation, so
Yes, and public transit here is a fucking joke.
yeah.
Crap.
And I can see you have a way too big country, man. The Netherlands is like really small. I don't know how it's with Germany, but Germany is really advanced with all their stuff. Like Germany is our uh is like the whole economy of Europe is based on Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, you think it's funny, probably you think, oh no, that's not true, but it is actually.
So, Peter, how's the metro transit system in Canada, or Canada, as I like to call it?
They don't have one.
Is it
You travel by food. Eat. What? Food. I was talking about you travel by food. You put a steak on the ground and you stand on
Yeah,
it and
totally.
go away.
It's like a coffee to go. You need the coffee, otherwise you can't go. Like you can't go.
Our
for
metro transit system is owned by a fucking monopoly. It's actually legally enforced. You cannot compete with that business.
Wow.
You'll
Yeah,
actually get arrested if you try to compete with them.
we got like the system, the whole rail system, is also from one company, the Netherlands. And when it's fall here, and like a little leaf drops on the rail, our whole system is fucked up. It's like we are a country you can go from the one
Five.
side to the other side in 3 hours, but when
Five.
one leaf is like on our rail, the whole country is just like, oh my god, what's happening? Let's fix this, and somebody has to go and pick it up.
Where's lady?
You cannot run over a fucking leaf.
She went outside there.
Or when it snows. I mean, the Netherlands isn't that snowy, so when it snows, the whole train system is like fucked up. And when you look at like Denmark or some other country where the winters are just heavy, they just go along and they don't mind. Their whole system works, and we are like, what? What is going on? Yeah.
In Germany, the thing is with the trains, like in the summer, the air conditioning always dies. In like at least one train, the air conditioning dies, and people in the train tend to get in not that sweaty, and then when the doors open, you first of all see a flood of sweat, and just that's totally that's a bit freaky, but yeah. But it's like every year the same thing.
Yeah, it's like when it doesn't need to work, it works, but when it needs to work, it doesn't work. For example, we got like our train system got like some like system that puts you on another rail, and it only works when there are no trains. But when there's a train coming up, like the train randomly stops. It happens like once a month, and yeah, they write also like code for it. There's like a whole system behind it, and every year there's like a new system, and people are like complaining like, oh, we don't know how to work with it. And blah, blah. So stop changing the fucking system. Just if it works, let it work, fix it, and not just come up with an all new system. I mean, every new system got some bugs or some glitches or whatnot. So why do you want to? It's not like you fix everything when you change it. I mean, I don't get it, man. But yeah, I mean, I'm not the one that's controlling all that, so maybe it's harder than I think it is. So I don't care. If I come to later, I was...
It's really a charm, I have to say.
Let's go back to Chuck.
What?
More information.
It's what? It's really charm? What?
It's a real charm, yeah.
Well, it's actually
I feel like you're not.
25 p.m., but I'm not for quite a bit. Alright, see you around.
We got some feedback on music. Oh, you missed a note.
Oh, you got
So Jonathan's asking a question. Do any of you guys own a business or startup or desire to in the future?
I do.
Who said I do?
Amari.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you own a business or do you want to start a business?
Own one.
Oh, you own one.
Own
What kind
one.
of business, if I may ask?
Infinity Work LLC, customer service.
Okay, that went way too fast for me.
Infinity Works. Infinity Works LLC. Pretty much it does customer service. Like there's a company called Rise. Shut up, man. I'm trying to speak. Thank you. Out. Get out. Now. Go. Thank you. Yeah, there's a company called Arise Virtual Solutions. Pretty much they set you up to become your own boss, and you can go about hiring companies for like Apple, Amazon, Google, and pretty much you just service their customers, whether it be billing, troubleshooting, and so forth and so on.
So you basically get hired. You get like a mail or something, or they will let you know like there's a job for you, and
No, I'll show you right now. It's
because we have something similar here, but it's like different way around. It's like one company. It's like our network and our TV company that hires other small companies like yours, like a customer service, and
yeah.
they just say, "Oh man, can you work for us in this time?" And you still can do your own thing
Okay, yeah.
on
So
this side.
it's somewhat similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
And pretty much you say my client my workers are making $10 an hour or
Yeah.
$15 an hour. I'll just deduct their portion out of that, and that's coming directly to me, and they get the rest.
Cool.
Yeah, but
So, but how many like jobs do you get? Like, is it
it's
like
as
every
much as you can
day,
work.
or is it like you
No,
get like one job in the week, or
all right. I mean,
just
this is how the process works. So you sign up with this company, and first you got to do your background check. You have to do your an assessment, a quick assessment to see so they can see that you're intelligent enough to answer the
yeah.
phones, ask your series of questions. You pass that, then you move on to the background check, and then you move on to your servicing training, your CSPI, or I believe they call it. You move on to that training, and after you pass that training, then you're allowed to view a list of jobs from different companies,
Hmm.
say T-Mobile, Apple, all these companies, right?
Yeah.
Then you click on one of these companies, and then you have to do their training. So you already done your training with the Iraq people, but that's just to become your own boss to learn how to manage the system and so
Yeah.
forth and so on. And now you're working with, say, Apple. So you have to go through their training for a month for free. So you have to make sure that you have that time to invest. The
Hmm.
classes usually starts. I'm here in the U.S. Eastern Time in Georgia, so classes usually start around 6 o'clock and they end at 9 o'clock, or from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mm.
So after you finish that training for a month, then you are now working for this company, and you can log in, whether you're servicing calls for billing, or people are calling for troubleshoot, or whatever the reason may be, whatever you've done that training for with that company, because it gives you a list of the jobs that they have. And
So
then
you're
you work.
basically at home.
Yeah, home. You don't you can log in from your computer, you're servicing from your phone. You don't have to leave your house. You're
So
saving
you
on
only have to
gas.
need like a headset or a microphone.
Yeah, you just need a headset and a microphone, and you're good. You don't have to leave your house. You're not burning
Uh,
gas. Not doing none of that. You just work it from home. You can log as much hours as you possibly want.
that's pretty cool. I mean, for if you're starting in something like this, you learn something from doing this, and you get some experience. You got
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So pretty much, I did my training, and I didn't train to be working for someone. I trained as an IBO. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
so I already have my own business license, and pretty much just hire folks and they do the work.
Freaking awesome, man.
Yeah.
So other people are working for you while you're working for another company,
Yep. I have two under me right now because I just started.
and those are just friends of you or people that come up
One
to
is a
you, like.
friend, and the other, I'm good at that. I'm a good salesman.
Yeah, okay. You tell the stories are good,
Yeah,
okay?
I can cram anything down your throat as long as I have sufficient information.
Yeah, yeah.
But what I'm doing right now is I'm thinking about making an ad and just put it up on Craigslist because that's where a lot of people go. And I'm gonna put up a lot of signs. I'm gonna go around passing out cards. I got to do the legwork because I'm just starting up, So yeah,
Mhm.
I hope it works out, man. I
appreciate
mean,
it, man.
the story sounds great.
Appreciate it. I'm hoping so too because the profit is really there, and it's not only that. I mean, it'll be a great thing for mothers who are with child and they
Yeah,
can't really go to work, and especially for dad too. If you're looking for a way to stay home with your wife and child, and you want to save on gas, you don't want to be bothered with all the commute
I
and
can
all
tell
that.
you're a very good salesman.
Yeah.
But I need to tell someone I don't have a child, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh, but
No child for me too. It's just the fact that the price of gas is going up.
yeah, oh,
And
totally, totally. Yeah.
it's freaking
But
insane. And I cannot stand non-drivers, so I got road rage. So
yeah. But so do you like if for example the people that work for you, they have like a phone or are they on the computer and
no,
they put on?
I supply the computer, so
Okay.
that way I'm getting more back because I'm using it too.
Uh,
On the
Mm.
phone, I gotta start somewhere. The phone is already there. I have a system to where you can use your house phone without having to pay a bill. All you need is an internet connection.
yeah, yeah, like a VoIP.
Mm.
Yeah, like five
So
minutes and all of that stuff. Yeah.
so while you're doing your like things at home, you just get a call and you answer it and you know right away what to do and
Yep, and I monitor their work from VMs on VMware. So
okay,
yeah.
awesome, dude, awesome. Anybody else here that got his own company?
Nope.
Nope.
I
I
mean,
wish I did.
yeah. The only thing I do is like when people come up to me, I'm on LinkedIn, so and as a like an official SharePoint developer, I get a lot of like what's called headhunters.
Yeah.
Mm.
So like if they come up with an interesting deal and they're nice, sometimes I have the feeling like, oh, okay, for a week, for example, in I currently my job, of course, I got my job, but I got an 8 hours contract because of school, so I can work there how many times I want. So if I want to work a whole week, I just go work a whole week. But if somebody on LinkedIn hits me up and say like, can you do this for a week? I say okay. If you pay me good, it's okay. And I would say to my job like, oh, I'm a week off. I just have to do another job. So I'm kind of like a freelancer in that way,
Oh,
with a static
That's
job.
cool.
So
that's pretty awesome.
for example, some of the database guys currently, if you are a database yeah person, I don't know how to say it, but if you know not a lot about database and you do something database specialist, let's just call it that. If you're there, so if you want to be a freelancer, oh man, you're gonna make it because for database specialists they pay a lot.
Really?
I've talked to some database specialists and they say, oh man, I work for like maybe 6 months and after that I take off 6 months, go on holiday, and I have enough money to live happily from that 6 months and go back.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would like to do that, but it's all possible. But it's always good to have something in mind, so you could do something on the side. So because I mean, in your case, you have some certainty to having some jobs or some clients that you can help
Yeah.
because there's another company providing those jobs for you. But if you're starting yourself, I think it's very tricky. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
that's
still, yeah,
that's why. Sorry, but that's why I'm going the avenue that I'm going now, so that I can learn to do these things and how
yeah,
the company apply their methods. So in order for me to, in order for me to do it myself when I'm ready.
yeah, and then
Mm.
I mean, for the company where you work for is like amazing to start because you can build up things on the side.
Yeah.
You get some experience. You build up things like how 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 they indeed like work, and you got an income, which is great because how are you gonna start a company without money? I mean, sometimes it's possible, but not all the times.
Not all the time. This is
No,
very rare to run into something like that.
indeed. So that's what I think is tricky about. I would like to start my own company with like a software development and having a company that people come to, but I'm currently not in a position to pull those people in. I have to go to people and ask them, "Can I work for you?" So
But you see, that's I have a lot of friends that go to Emory, and they bitch a lot about having to work for other people just coming out of school, and the point of them going to school is for them to start their own thing, which is true. But at the same time, in order for you to grasp how business in general works, because you're only practicing it in books, you're not practicing it in the literal
true.
sense. So in order for you to get that experience, you have to work for someone else.
Yeah, that's totally true, man. And but I am what we already discovered in this whole conversation. I'm more of a lazy person, so I like to go to work from 9 to 5.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
And no, but okay, but, no, but you work like if you have an own company, you work
Yeah, I
like
mean, I'm working, but you
24/7.
see, it's for me now. I'm not being
True.
told what to do by somebody
That's
else.
very true, very true.
Yeah, it's for me.
But I still see like if I go from I'm coming from home, I don't want to think about paying taxes, paying yeah still need to pay taxes for other things. But you also have to think like my company has income. I have to figure this out. There's certain projects that I still need to start up.
Yeah, and
You're
it's
always thinking about your company.
it's a lot. I really didn't know there was so much involved in it. But my wife, she's excellent at starting up small business. She does promotions and marketing. She's majored in psychology. I mean, she's done a lot when it comes to business. She has her own company too. She does paramedical exams for life insurance agencies and whatnot.
Yeah,
But a lot of my knowledge really comes from her, really directing me in the right
yeah,
path
that's awesome, man.
and what to do.
And that's very useful. But I'm still gonna be that lazy person that I think if I will start a company that it would like take a month and I will be gone forever.
That's you. I mean, a good thing too is to start one and find somebody who's going to be able to work with you and be willing
That I am.
to, manage it while you do whatever you want to do.
And basically, by the way, we talked about it, and we talked about the fact who got his own company. But I think we are talking with somebody that got his own company, not only Amari, but also Peter. You got your own company, right?
Do I have my own?
Yeah, you do.
Well, not really.
I
As
mean,
far as
what
I
you're
see,
doing
you
right
do.
now is basically you're making videos on the internet. I mean, it's not considered like
Well,
the biggest company or like biggest business you can have your own, but you have to think about the things other people that own companies.
'Cause I was surprised actually when I went to your YouTube page to see the amount of content that you have on there.
Yeah,
I mean, and
that's
if
a
you
whole
look
lot
at
about.
yeah, and if you look at your viewer base, I mean, say you get a sponsor for heck, I don't know, a sports drink or whatever. You're like, hey guys, when I'm programming, this is the drink I like to drink. Just simple, advertisement. I mean, you have a company because you have an audience that is willing to sit down for however amount of time and view your videos. They're listening to you.
Yeah, true.
that's true.
And by the way,
But I
if you want, I can hit you up with Lil Wayne. He's a good friend of mine, and he just recently signed Cristiano Ronaldo. So, I mean, just hook me up. Okay, nobody believes me here. Okay, then never mind.
I got what you're going.
It was a lame joke, I know.
and
It's late.
but yeah, I don't know. I never really viewed it. I never really viewed it as a business. I just viewed it as like, like it's just something for me, and then I viewed it as something, just like sort of like a hobby. So like it's never been like something where it's been like that serious, like business related. But I don't know.
I hear you. Like, for example, I'm very similar to you. My wife had to taught me this. She told me, stop looking at people as just people and start looking at them as dollars. Now, for me, it was kind of a hard concept to handle, but she's already been in business, so that's how she looks at life. She looks at every single one as a dollar, right?
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
Only $1? Couldn't
yeah,
even be like
I mean,
$20?
no, the dollars, it adds up. It adds up. You can't be too greedy. You gotta, it all adds up. But for me, my hobby is building computers, unlocking phones, setting up civilians. I can put you civilians in your bathroom, cut off the tiles, put in the camera, and have it outside so you can see what's going on in your house, all that things. But I did that as a hobby. Like, literally, I did that as a hobby. And she came and she's like, no, you can't do that. You're got to charge these folks. It's no point in you going out through all these things, spending gas, material, and no money, which makes sense. But I viewed it as just being a hobby, and hobbies are expensive, are they not?
Yeah, that's time. It's time that you
Yeah.
invest, right?
Yeah.
So,
So I mean, why not, make some sort of gain to continue doing what you love?
and if you do it in a good way, I think most people are scared. For example, on YouTube, they're scared to make money
Hmm.
in the way of advertisement, just because they are scared what people think of them. But I think if you do it in a good way, you don't have to be scared of that, because I watch your videos and I think you earn something for that, because you invest a lot of time into not only knowing the knowledge and telling us the knowledge you have, but also for making the video, going through a project. You maybe don't, you said it, if Java, you don't like it that much, but you just do it because you think it's a great
Yeah.
example and to show us. So why
Yeah.
wouldn't
It's
you want to make money with that? I don't mind. I mean, I think you earned it.
Well, like I do make money off my videos through ads and stuff, but like it's never been like at first, like after a while, like when I just started, like when I started generating money off YouTube, it was kind of like you're like maybe I should look at the business side of it and blah blah blah. But then when you, I don't know, when you start looking at the business side of things and trying to start building up as a business, it takes away from programming time. So you do sacrifice time in that aspect too. So then for me, it's kind of like I'd rather invest the time that I have to develop myself as a programmer, and then when I have extra free time, then put up a YouTube video. So in my eyes, like it's always YouTube's gonna be there, right? So
well,
like YouTube's
see,
never
I mean,
in the
it makes a lot of.
future.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like in right now, like I have what, like almost 12,000 subscribers, slowly growing, right? Those subscribers are gonna be there, like in the future, right? I'll be producing content. So if in the future it's kind of like, you know what, I want to take this to another level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think you should just go for it. I mean, yeah, don't be scared that you invest way too much time into developing the business. I mean, it doesn't even have to take that much time.
That's something similar to what my wife. She had a similar dilemma to that when she first started this paramedical insurance company. She was focusing a lot on the work, and she didn't have enough time to do all the promotions and whatnot. Then the simple solution was to find people who are qualified enough to do the job. You train them and you know that they have this level of skill, and then you go ahead and you handle your promotions and your marketing and whatnot. But in your case, you would rather do the work. So the simple solution to me would be to find
Yeah.
someone who will be willing to work with you as you're starting up, for a small sum to do your promotions and marketing, and as you grow, his or her, whoever's doing it, their pay will increase.
But
No,
this is a problem, like like finding people to do something, like it's hard to find somebody to because you want to find somebody who has the same passion as you or the same dream or the same drive as you to make it happen.
Yeah,
So that's the problem that happens because
that's true.
like finding somebody is not a problem. Not It's just frustrating when they don't do the work that you expect them to do, or they expect to be paid more than you think they should be paid. Like it's just really annoying. Like even like earlier on this year, like in January, like I met like I got a team of guys, a group of guys to work on this game, right? Like a serious game that we're actually gonna try and get on Steam. And but like they said they had the drive, they said they had the motivation, but like when I'm at home, when I'm programming, and I'm doing what I can to make this game a success, you're playing video games. So it's kind of like, okay, you might put in an hour a day when I put in 5 hours a day. You don't have
Yeah.
the same drive, you don't have the same motivation. And that's what kind of like broke it up. And then it was kind of like, you know what, like, it's like in this world, like if you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself. That's
That is true to a
why.
point. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I got it out there, that helped my resume. Got it out there. Now I'm at Ubisoft, so I'll learn a few things from Ubisoft, and like maybe I can branch off and do something else in the future.
Yeah, but you don't actually have to work with somebody that close. Let's say, for example, what if you got a subscriber base, like 12,000, you said it yourself. That is also like you can pay with it. I mean,
Hey,
there
I
are
told you I
people
love
that are
you.
maybe interested in creating their own channel.
I did.
You see it a lot on like gaming
Huh?
YouTube, with gaming YouTubers.
Yeah.
They have a channel and they see, oh, this guy is doing a great job. I want to promote him,
Yeah.
and it will get me some content, and you will have time to invest in your business while he is making a video series, for example. So, say, for
Yeah,
example, you find someone that's really interested
I
in Java. He
tested.
can,
Well,
but I know it's still tricky
sorry
because
to continue.
you don't know like the person
Continue.
isn't really like into doing that or just keeping up with the series. You want to get the full series. I understand that's difficult, but it will give you some content. Other people will see it. Other people will think, oh man, I like this series, let me follow it, and they maybe don't like your other content videos or the videos. So you will get more subscribers. He will get some subscribers back. That is some way money. I mean, people, what he said, yeah, Omari said it. Like, people, you can see people as dollars. If you got a lot of people behind you or following you, you get the dollars. So you can pay with those people. You got 12,000. So if you find somebody that's got 1,000 subscribers and you say, oh man, I like your content. Can you please make a video series on my channel? Then I can provide you some more content.
Oh, lovely lady.
True. I understand it. I understand it. Like, I guess it takes like it's something that I always thought about, and it's something that I feel like I can look forward to in the future. But I feel like, or maybe after my internship, I have more time. Maybe when I can actually, like put in an effort to try and find people who are committed and yada yada yada. That's when I'll sort of focus on it. But like I always thought about it. Like the opportunity's always there. It's just whenever I have the time or whenever go for actually making it somewhat quote unquote a business. But for now, it's just something that's like a hobby. A
Yeah,
little
you
while,
could
and
keep
then
that way,
I
but
later on I
we
can
were
become a
just
converter.
showing
Yeah,
like
I
it's possible
understand.
if you want to. It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. But yeah. On for Jonathan, I'm 21 by the way, and yeah. Um.
Still very young though. I'm 20 and I'm very happy because with my internship, maybe you get the same. Like when I did my internship, I was expecting to serve coffee to all my colleagues. I mean, that's basically what most people in my
Yeah.
Yeah.
on my study on my school think of internship. So I went in like a little bit like, oh man, just have to get this over with. But then I started as an IT manager. So I did some things I didn't like, and I went up to my boss at that time, and I said, "Nah, I think I'm not the right person for doing this. Is it possible that I can join the other guys with developing?" And he said, "Yes, of course. If you show what you can do, just go ahead, do it." And they just liked me that much in that position. They gave me the contract for 1 year. And I mean, I'm very lucky, and if I ever go to a company and I can show them on my internship, after my internship I got a job offered at the same place. That means you put effort in it, and they liked you. So maybe that will be the same for you. Like when you would think your internship is fun, you just go ahead and do. It wasn't like I was doing like really hard on trying to get those people to like me. That wasn't the case. I just did my thing and did what I know. And I think you're way smarter than me in coding. I mean, you know a lot more languages. Yeah, no, I'm serious. If I compare my coding stuff to yours, there's probably some differences. I maybe know more about some web servers, for example, right now, but you know way more about
Yeah.
different languages. So you got really potential to work at a company, and they say like in your internship, damn, you're really good. Can we just keep you? And I think that opportunity is possible for for the things you know. So
Yeah.
I just
Like
want to.
that's what I've always been striving. Thanks. But like that's what I've always been striving to do. Like striving to be. I okay, the way I look at life is like I don't want anybody to determine my future for me, right? I want to be able to determine my own future, right? So I've tried to set myself up in such a way that like I have the necessary skills to work in whichever field that I find interesting in.
Yeah.
And so that's what I really want to do. So like so that's basically the plan for the future. So as I get this internship and learn whatever, what I want to do is like learn as much as I during this internship and then make vision and sort of set myself up for success in sort of the gaming area. And so if I want to branch off, make my own company, I already know how I'll know how a large company functions. I'll know how I get used. I'll know everything. I'll have all the knowledge to do that. And so that's when I can, like branch off, do my own thing. I can work for the same company if I want to. Like if I really like Ubisoft and decide to keep me, I can stay with them. I can move on to another company. Like I'm setting myself to keep my options open.
That's all I've got so far with the app.
But
Sorry, what did you say?
but yeah. Anyways,
This is all I have so far. It sucks. The background, but whatever. It's hard, yo. I'm working on it.
Don't judge. Don't judge.
Hmm?
The one that you just have to put in it's like you put in the web.
No. I'm not doing that way. I want to actually write the code for it. I'm working on it.
How about do it that way so I have something to use and then you can do a new one?
Whatever.
Yeah, she's good. She's good, man. It's really good because I know the way it goes. When I write an app, for example, I think, oh man, this is garbage, and I stop and I do it again and do it again, and now you got somebody that says, oh man, you maybe should do this first and go this way. He probably thinks we cannot hear him.
yeah.
It's funny
Well, I
to see
think
like
I don't know, man. That's what
sorry.
I don't know. I'm the same way. Like whenever I develop an app, it's the exact same way. Like I always question, like, does it suck? And I gotta get like I need a reality check.
Oh, and man, believe me, that when you start working, that feeling that for example, when you make YouTube videos, you have to come up with an idea to make a video about, and you have to know like what am I going to do. When you make a video, you have to think about what you're going to do. But when you start working, people tell you what to do, and even though it sounds really horrible, like you have to do this, you still got your own freedom in how the way you do it, as long as it works. And I like that because what I already said, I don't have that imagination of making up anything.
Yeah.
So when I got an imagination when somebody told me like the idea. So, for example, somebody said we want an interface to control the whole wind park, and I'm like, Okay, so what do you want to need? Now they tell me this is what I need, this is what I want to do, and I'm like, oh cool, we can do this with it, that with it. So I think if you're gonna start your internship and people say like, oh, can you make this for me? Like, oh man, that's freaking awesome! I never thought of that. So and that
Yeah.
makes you feel real
Like
different about an application. But yeah, I'm
the reason why
yeah, sorry.
I was saying like the reason why like at first like I wanted to like work for myself and have my own studio was because like I work on something that you know like I could be proud of, something that like is worth my time and yada yada yada. So, but like I feel like if I work at Ubisoft and whatnot, and, like they tell me what to do and they have my own creative freedom and I can do it my way and you know figure out other ways to do it and stuff like exciting. Like I like working at such a big company and whatnot and learning the way they do stuff. Like I don't think that's probably the best experience you can actually get as a programmer. So I'm sort of excited to see how good I am. I'm excited to see like how good I am as a programmer because like I feel like I'm good, but like I know they're better, you know, and so I want to see how I can weigh myself against them and see what more I can actually learn. So that'll
Are
be
you familiar with the? There was like an. Do you know Planet Side 2, the game?
planet side. I think I heard of it.
Oh,
I I don't really know.
It's a pretty awesome
he,
free-to-play open
he
world
just left.
multiplayer game.
Oh, I don't know what
Sorry
Oh,
guys,
there he is.
I was gone.
happened.
But I was talking about Planet Side 2. Do you know the game?
I never really heard much about it.
Okay, so they did a project. I'm just looking what the project was called, but there was a project they wanted to make the game run smoother, and they made a whole video series about it, and it's amazing to watch how they work. So if you want, I'll give you a link of the first episode, and they
Yeah,
talk
that'd be
about
awesome.
how they work and how they come up. That you see the gatherings with the whole staff, and they talk about what if we do this, what if we do this, we can make the game run faster. So let me look it up for you. It's
Yeah,
really amazing
okay,
series.
okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Um,
Uh,
Like,
oh my gosh.
oh yeah, Operation. No, the operation name is really easy. Make faster game. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Oh, can you guys give me like a second? I gotta call somebody quickly. All right.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm still trying to figure out how to work this thing. Oh, there it is.
I don't. Oh, it's back ways. It's like you have to start at the end of the videos. They uploaded 8 first and then 7. Okay, I don't know what the logic about that is, but so if you're interested in game development, I recommend to watch that series. That's cool.
I'm more interested in app development right now.
Yeah, no. Then for which platform do you want? Like Android, basically only.
Yeah, Android.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm currently using.
Yeah, I have done some Android applications, but then I bought myself a Nokia. So I'm not sure where I can find some of that. I mean, real application. Let me think. I've watched some. I mean, the whole Google has like its own webpage, especially for how to design. What are good design patterns or programming patterns for making Android application, they talk about like icons, how you should use them, the way you use colors. I can show you. I can give you that one. It's also a great thing to read. It's just easily. It's called just. I'll just put it on. It's really simple. They talk about how to use the SDK, how to use Eclipse with it. They probably would recommend you to use Android Studio, but you can do what you want. I mean, whatever you can find like the most information about, you can go for that. Or what do you like? Which information do you like the most? Like, do you understand it? Just go for it, and it will eventually make sense.
Yeah, because I got Eclipse in this one to try to see which one kind of fits me best.
Yeah, I mean, even though if you use like Eclipse, you could just start and use Android Studio just because if you want to test it, and maybe you like it more because of some different reasons. I personally like Android Studio more because of the way it looks and the way you can interact with it. Because I'm not an Eclipse or Java fan, so I just like to be building with Android and not all other kind of stuff. So, but yeah, Eclipse is also good. I mean, whatever gets the job done, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
So you're basically, if I'm guessing, you're basically making an application for your wife's company right now.
Yep.
Okay. What I also recommend, even though if you're starting, just write down what you want in the application on a piece of paper or a document, and just write down what you want and start making that. And when you create an application out of your head, you come up with really crazy ideas, which would be like freaking awesome, but maybe not necessary.
Got it.
So you want to get the basic thing done, like for example, if you want to get some links to some useful sites on your application, you can think of like, what if I could make like an what's it called on your background, like a real link that you can enter, or you can add your own links and add it to the community. I mean, that would be freaking awesome, but it's maybe not necessary because you want just only the links you provide. It's a really stupid idea right now. I cannot think of any logic, but just write.
Yeah, she has it written down. I'm gonna start going by that, but I had just started doing what I was doing to kind of test the waters. And
yeah, but
shut up! I'm gonna choke you. Shut up.
I mean, most bosses work like that. I mean, my boss works like that. He doesn't think about if it's possible. I mean, basically, right these times, everything is possible with programming. But there are of course limitations to devices you have.
Okay.
So what he does is, like my boss, he makes like a whole documentation about what he wants, and he gives it to us, and I will read it. I will be like, okay, let me start here because this is logic to have first. Of course, you want an icon first. Just try to make the app look like it's really progressing with every feature. Write every feature different from different. If it doesn't work, comment it out and start with another feature.
1 second, sorry. Let me attend to this dog.
No.
Oh yeah, Bucky's is he back actually, Bucky? That guy did a lot of I've watched a lot of his tutorials.
Crazy dogs.
He has stopped for a moment, right? There was like a moment where he didn't make any videos anymore.
I think he made a pause or something, yeah.
Yeah, after his beer. I liked this beer
Yeah.
tutorial. He made some beer, and that's the last video I watched of him, and I thought it was really fun. Because he normally did some crazy shit like all different languages, and then he come up with some weird beer making shit. I liked
And
it.
the winemaking, didn't he?
I'm not sure. Probably he
I know
probably
I'm
did.
getting confused. Like,
He also did like a survival thing.
yeah.
And yeah, I just like the way he presented it, so it was really fun to watch. But that's Omari. You can go to his website, and he got a lot of Android stuff, basic stuff. So you have written down all your things, all the things you want to make. And for example, say you want to have a contact tab, and if you don't know how to send an email from your Android with the default email account, you can just look it up and he probably got it. Or that's the way I would go. If I make an app, I just write down what I want and I say like, oh, I want to connect to the database. And why do I want it? Because I got these features. For example, I want to add a user. I want to be able to log in. And you do it like in an, how do you say it? Hierarchy, like a structured way. So you got like database. I'll start it. Database. Oh, I cannot start it. And then like please log in like that way. So this is what you need before you can create those others kind of things. I'm hoping I'm not confusing you right now.
No, you're not confusing me.
Because my English is so bad, man.
I got it. I'm stoned right now, but I'm getting understanding everything.
Yeah, maybe you understand it even better. You have to be stoned all the time. I wish I could say that to my boss. Like, man, I need to be stoned to work, man. Come on, cut me some slack.
I'm good at everything when I'm not.
You just start randomly laughing at your code, like, oh man, it's so good. Yeah.
Got it, but really great tips, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, when I started off, I didn't do those things. So just so you know, I mean, it's not bad if you didn't do it or you're not going to do it. But if you got the information and you will try it like without writing it down, you will get why I say it. And if you try to write it down, you think, oh man, this is structured. Now I'm getting why I'm doing this.
Sure.
And Jonathan, of course, Visual Studio. It's everything with a C in it, except Object-C, because that doesn't even exist. So, Visual Studio.
That multi-solution.
Yeah. I'm currently doing even like web development in Visual Studio. I just recently got like what is visual web extensions for Visual Studio, and it is great. It's got like a minify all your HTML, minify all your CSS. It's amazing. I will just give you some of those things. Web extensions for Visual Studio. Essentials, not extensions. Yeah, Visual Studio is great. I'm sick of Notepad and compiler. Whoa. You're not gonna tell me that you use compiler? What? I always made a joke when we got like a new teacher for programming, because my school isn't orientated to programming, so our teachers aren't that like familiar with programming. They just know a little bit of HTML and stuff like that. But we still got C#. So I was like, man, why do you guys all use Visual Studio? Just go with Notepad, man. That's way hardcore. And he was like, whoa, how do you do that, man? Teach me. That's so awesome. I think, are you stupid right now? Just use Visual Studio.
I got to a point like when I've done my GCSEs, I taught my CS teacher about C#, and I spent most of the time during the lessons just teaching him, and he was just teaching me. That was like I was like, am I really doing that at the moment? Like, for real?
Yeah.
At the end, I got an A for for all the work I've done.
Of course, I mean, come
Even though
on.
I haven't done everything, like, yeah, but still. Now I'm about to do my A levels,
Yeah.
and at least I come to a school which kinda supports people who want to go to computing science or such.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get thrown into the edge of the room, and then you just get pointed out with fingers, and it's horrible.
Oh,
It's really horrible.
I got
You
something.
don't get supported anymore.
I got like we had to do like a project with C Sharp, and the guy that gave us like we could choose our different projects for people that don't like to work with programming a lot, for people that like a lot, and people in between. So I picked the last one because I like programming. I did it, and then I added some multi-threading, and the teacher came to me like, "What is this? What are you doing with this code?" I was like, I'm multi-threading because I have to do different things at the same time. And he was like, "Can you please explain how you do this?" And I was like, "Sir, you never heard of multi-threading?" And he was like, "Yeah, I did, but I never used it." I was like, "Oh, yes, okay, now let me show it." And he was like really like, "What? That is so insane! So you could do like different kind of things at the same time." I always was stuck with like a loader, and it keeps on waiting. It's like a queue. I was like, okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I'm teaching my teacher how to use multi-threading. I mean,
Yeah.
multi-threading isn't that like
Complicated and such.
no, it's not at all. So I got something similar, and that guy was supposed to be like uh, he did some university with programming,
Mm.
and I was like, what? I mean, if you just started on a school with like you teach HTML and you have to have some C# knowledge, okay, but not if you're on a university for programming. I mean, you have to have heard of multi-threading.
That's really weird, Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
he doesn't
uh,
work right now, so we have a new teacher.
uh,
But the new teacher only talks. So when we come to school and he says, we ask like, do you got a new project for us? We just started school, so we ask like, oh, do you got a project for us to do this year? And he says like, no, didn't start looking for a project yet. Maybe next week. And next week we come to school. We got a project already, and he was like, no, no, no. And we just talk about random stuff. We just talk about games. He likes to play games a lot, so we talk about games. So we actually don't do anything, but we have to finish something. So yeah, it didn't become any better or something.
like now at my new school, like it's a school which really has its strength is put into technical things like metal electronics, CS and such, and the like in our schedule the base we have like basic informatics or like basic computing science where we teach where we learn about like basic things about networks and how they're built up and such, and also a bit HTML, CSS, JavaScript, like. And then there are people who, like me, who are just not feeling that this is enough for school. That's enough for them. And we are like a group of 12 people in this year in our computing science class, which seems to be really small because we've got a lot more. Like they have like 3 electronics classes because they have so many participants. 2 metal classes. I was like, what? So we still are really the nerds of this school. And like, okay, it's at least easy to understand, and you don't have like to get through to the teacher like rambling with others and just shouting through the whole room like hoping that the teachers hear you. Well,
But,
that's at least it's great. Like we've got a teacher that kind of has interest in it. Like we are going to learn C in the first year, which I already learned. So I'll be probably just sitting in a class and sleeping, or I don't know. Probably using the time really worthily.
my class is like consists out of 6 people, so and normally you would think it's you got an advantage because you got more time with the teacher, but in our case it isn't because I'm not in huge. I'm not. The school is smaller than the amount of people that can fit in it, right? So what happens to our class is like, oh, those guys, that's only 6 people. Just put them in that classroom, and we would like, but we got like programming now. Where are the computers? And they will be like, oh shit, oh I didn't think about it, sorry. And we just sit in a classroom with no computers, and be looking at each other like, should we write on paper what we want to program? I mean, what are we supposed to do right now? And the teacher comes in and like, are we seriously having this classroom? And then he leaves, and we only got like 1 hour, so 1 hour per It splits up in 1 hour, so maybe we got 2 hours, and the teacher leaves, and he's like, I'm gonna look for another classroom. And he comes back like within an hour, so we just only got an hour left, and we're still sitting there playing some Flappy Bird, maybe. I don't know what we all do. But then he comes back, oh, sorry, I couldn't find a classroom. No, guys, why don't you leave and just go have a break or something? So we leave, and this happens to us like all the time. It's like really weird. I'm paying for this. What is this? I mean, come on. What? Yeah, some people just
really
don't. Yeah, it's really sad. And if we complain about it, it's like, oh yeah, but we're still starting school, so maybe in like a few weeks, everything will be figured out. And we say like, we are on this school for 3 years right now, and we know this ain't gonna be fixed. So.
Well, that sounds really bad.
Yeah, but luckily for me and all my other classmates are like, they already know the basic stuff and the things that we need to know. The only problem we probably have is like Cisco, because those are things I never was interested in, and I never took time to teach myself something about it at home because I didn't got like the right equipment. But for coding and stuff like that, we all know that stuff. So we are like, oh sure, okay, go ahead. But if it's with like Cisco, we will probably get really mad, because if we don't have like the right amount of time invested in those classes, the classroom with the routers and switches, yeah, we will probably fail. So. But yeah, my school isn't that great, as you probably hear.
Well, most of the schools in Germany really seem to be a bit, like, I don't want to say it, but they seem to be a bit shitty, like, for real. Like, I think like a great idea would be to test teachers after 5 years if they still can work with children or with teenagers, because it doesn't seem like that. Like, you're sitting in front of them, you kind of trying to explain them what you thought of a solution or something, and he would like stare at you and say, I do not care, mate, and then just give you a D or something as a mark, and like, you're sitting there like, what did I do wrong? At the end, you didn't figure anything out. Maybe you just got like, if you're lucky, you got some teachers that kinda help you, not totally, but just a bit supportive, and you're sitting there and like, oh yeah, well, what should I do next? The teacher looks at you, it's like, yeah, well, you can do whatever you want. And at the end, he thinks that you were really unproductive and shit. It's really great. Like I've been lucky because in a little village, like we've got a great pretty much great school, like compared to others. Like I've got like friends outside in biggest cities, and they say like, well, the teachers don't pay attention to us. We could like do anything what we want. Like they don't care. If they told us once, they think we should understand it at the first time. Like, oh my gosh.
I had like when I got like I had a class for SQL, SQL. It's called SQL,
Yeah.
English. So we had to do something, and we normally at school look things up on the internet. So they give us a presentation, and they will say, oh, if you could do this, make a database or a relational database, do this and do this, blah blah blah. So okay, so really basic stuff. But I was never into SQL, so it was new for me. I thought it was interesting making databases.
Yeah.
So I made something that the teacher asked of me, like, could you make this? Okay, I made it, and I presented it to her, and she like, no, you have to do it this way. Okay, no, okay, I get it. I mean, you know how it goes. Like, I don't know anything about it. I'm just doing and trying. So I want to learn. So I did it her way, showed it, said, no, you shouldn't do it this way. So I did it again. I was like, but that's exactly the same thing I did it the first time. So I showed it again, and she was like, no, you don't get me. Do it this way. So I did it this way, and then that was like the second time I did it, and she said, okay, then that's great, you did good. And I totally lost it. I was like, are you serious right now? I mean, come on, did you even pay attention to my first freaking options? And that's just because finally she said like, oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I was doing some things with email or something like that. And I was like, serious man, I'm trying to invest my time into this and trying to learn it, and every time I come to you say like, no, this ain't work, this ain't right, and stuff like that. And also she doesn't work right now because it seems to be happening a lot to her. So yeah, and we also got like few teachers that are very interested in coming up with new ideas, because there's still a problem at school. School doesn't provide you the newest and most like
Sweet.
for example, yeah, we have luckily we have C#, but we also got like HTML, but that's only basic HTML. So they could try and look up what are the popular things right now, making apps. Now they could do something with that, but they have problems with that because there's a government and it says like, you have to do this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do
That's
on
the
your
cute
exams.
woman touch, yeah.
Yeah, but some teachers also could try to look and see, what are you interested in, what do you want to know. So we got a teacher from he gives like it's like servers, like Microsoft servers, and he said, what do you want to create, what do you want to do with servers, do you know anything about servers? And he says, just go ahead, I will just look at what you made, and if you're really bad at it, it doesn't matter, because if you just try and you come up with something and you make something, and it could be totally different to what the man next to you makes. At least as you try, and I think that's like the way to go. I mean, you have to trigger people, and especially young people, to do what they would like to do. And of course, you have to do something like Cisco. I have to do something I don't like, but that's just part of it. So why don't make it like fun or more exciting, like more like going your way? So if I'm into servers, they could say like, we got equipment, so why don't you make here a network that connects with that server, and you can access these computers here. Just make that, because if you like servers, you need to know something about this, right?
Mm.
I would
Like
like
also,
that.
like we had an chemistry teacher, which was like the same way your teacher you told about now was he was like, okay, I give you a few different topics, and these topics have subtopics and so on and so forth. And you can just choose out of certain different topics you're really interested in. Like if the class would like be well, we don't care about the PSE because we had that like dozens and dozens of times, and we want to know something about crystallization or such, which we apparently didn't have because we didn't have that much time in chemistry because the teacher was is in a few months, so that was a bit bad. That, but well, it was a better way of just communicating to the to all the students, yeah, to get to them. And like, you are going to interact with this, so you have to deal with the problems we give you, and you need to solve them. We help you do that, and like that gets you interested into certain topics. Like I got interested into CS myself because no one led me that way. I thought like, oh, cool, computers. It's really interesting. I dove in more and more, so just kind of stranded here. So yeah, but I also had to make a certain contrast here. Like I had an economics teacher, which was like, okay, we give you this materials. Do these. At the end of the lesson, you need to give me back your solutions and such. And if they are wrong, you kind of failed. Well, if you, and he didn't even support you, and he says like, okay, we have the topic jobs. Like, where do you want to be in? Where do you want to stand in 10 years or such? And all of these different things. And I said I do not want to do an apprenticeship because the apprenticeships that were there for CS in Germany were really boring, and I was looking at them and like, oh, it's a 3 years apprenticeship. I could join in the 3rd year now. But he was looking at me like, are you just kidding me? Why are you talking that much garbage? And I was like, no, I ain't talking garbage. I know all of these things standing on that to-do list for the 1st and the 2nd year of that apprenticeship. And I was like, yeah, I thought about going to study just CS in general. And he was looking at me, no, you do have to choose an apprenticeship because you can't study without an A levels. You just get a GCSE. I was like, wait, why do you, that doesn't mean I'm not able to do my A levels. Yeah. If I graduate with my GCSE and I get it and it's good enough, I can continue with my A levels. And if I finish my A levels, I can go study.
You would start learning all this shit.
Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Yeah, it's like they.
Yeah. That teacher I told you.
Like they
Alright, well,
only come up with their opinion, and they want to push it like into your head, and
they want. Yeah, I just want to. It's really
sometimes it's I think it's just important because honestly, if I look back at the 3 years of my study, I have the feeling I learned the most around my study. So when I was like on my internship, I mean, some basic I need to know. I mean, we started off with history. I didn't look up all the history about computer science. I didn't. I totally didn't. I mean, those things are interesting, and it's good to know where it all started. Okay, so that you will learn. But if you go to like the like doing things, it's better. It seems to be better if I'm programming, for example. You have to have the interest and invest your time into it yourself, because school is way too slow on that aspect.
Yeah.
And for example, my study, because it's an IT management, if we still have programming, but it's focused on all of my classmates. Even though I'm with 6 people, some people have lower levels than others. So somebody just don't know anything about C#, and the other one does. So for 6 people, it's not difficult to say oh, you can do that, you can do that, you can do that. But if you're talking about a classroom from 20 to 30 people, it's really difficult. So you will get stuck on one level, and you will not learn a lot. So yeah, and I like when teachers come up with like, what do you want to do, and let's try to put the whole theory from this class into what you want to do and see
Mm,
where it comes up. But most classes are just part of your job. I mean, we got like project management,
mm,
and it's boring as fuck. But if you say like, you got an application, you got a customer, and the customer says, "I want an application. And these are my needs," and
mm,
you have to come up with the documentation for it. You gotta have the whole planning of it. I mean, it's all part of what you really like to do, and to do that, you have to do it like in a good way, so that other people that work with you understand the whole thing. And they also could have chose like just read the book, enter the questions, you're done.
mm,
No, I don't want to do that. I'm here to learn
That's
something.
because we need real teachers. You know, the
yeah.
majority of the teachers is we have today are just the ones who went to school, read the book, or not even read the book, but had
Mm,
lessons on how to deliver the message that's in
Yeah,
the book to us, and they just cram it down your throats. You do your paperwork, and that's it. Versus
mm,
a real teacher who actually studied mathematics, studied the way of the world, studied science, all these things, so they can now come into class and not just lecture to kids, but actually be hands on with them so that they're
mm,
learning and listening at the same time. We need real
yeah,
teachers, and we don't have that.
yeah. Like
yeah,
one
totally agree.
example would be like history is, is like mostly you use books to get information out of history, but not just. Not, the problem is that a lot of teachers get just stuck on books. Like we luckily we've got really um really young history teacher, which was like I think only 30 years old. So um he was like, okay, I could like tell you to read that and that and that site in your book, and you need to tell me what went wrong in the World War I for the like for Japan or something. Like he rather shows like try it's like trying to show us through different mediums, like through videos or
Yeah,
um like hands-ons and things like that, to show us what went wrong there, and to kind of show us the problem and try to make us think of solutions for these problems, and kind of support us in that way. Where other teachers do just say, okay, just answer these questions on book site, that and that.
yeah, no, that's exactly what's going on. But if I think of myself, I would never want to be a teacher, to be honest. But if I see myself as a teacher, I wouldn't like to just sit on a desk and tell other people to, well, read chapter 1 to 5 and answer these
Mm,
questions.
I will
If
jump
you
at the chance.
yeah, that totally. I mean, that would be so boring. I mean, you probably the only thing you do then is saying what people have to do. Sometimes,
mm,
if somebody puts his hand up, can I go to the toilet? Just yes. Um, on the other hand, you have to check the marks, but you already got like the answer of the paper. There, there's nothing fun about that. I mean, I can totally understand why people don't want to be teacher, but if you think
Uh,
about like let me show you the other side of the subject.
mm,
Let's close your books. I mean, eventually you have to study for it. I'm sorry, but that's just how the system works. But
yeah,
I can help you study better by watching this movie, and let us discuss about it. Let's say what is your opinion
mm,
about this subject? Why did you think the person killed the other person, or why did you think that country attacked
Totally.
that country?
You have to actually challenge their minds at the same time, you know,
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
going overboard.
reading is like it's just collecting data, and after the test, I mean, all of you know what I mean with that. If
Yeah.
you if you have make a test, and somebody comes up with the same test 5 years later, you don't know shit about it because you weren't interested in it. You just made the test because you needed to.
Hmm.
And if you watch something like say a documentary about I don't know, about a history of the World War.
Yeah.
You probably know 5 years later what happened in the documentary because you thought, oh, that's cool. I learned something. You see something with it. It's a whole different way of collecting data.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've found out that I'm kind of it depends on the subject for me. Because sometimes, you may show me a video and I might not get it. It just miss me because I analyze so much, and I might overanalyze and I might not just get it. Versus if I read it, then I might be able to retain it better. But then on some subjects, I have to watch a video and read at the same time, so I can. Yeah, you just got to find the level of the individual.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Because
it's always like a certain balance you have to get on. Like, also the teachers have to kind of also discuss what the problems are. Like, if you can't quite keep up with the subject, like that's not a problem of just you as a person. It's also like the whole lesson that's designed by the teacher. Well, then the teacher has to also sit down, like ask what can may I do to make the class better, or to get to help you, or to just make you getting that kind of like history or something, or the numbers of years or something. Yeah.
But what you
It's not
said about
also
your history teacher, I mean, he got probably the difficult, no, not very the difficult one, but so let's say mathematics. I mean, it's really difficult to really explain it like visual, or
yeah
putting you inside a story, for example. That's really difficult to do. But
yeah
I see most mathematics teachers do that way more than, for example, project management, what I already talked about. But
But it's
that
just
is way
mathematics.
easier. That is way easier to put you in a project management situation. When you do something, you have to think about those kind of aspects of project management. But those teachers just gave me a book and say, just read it and just answer this question. But the people with mathematics, if I say like I don't understand it, they will write it on the board, and it was like, this is why I do this, this is why I do it.
Because they're mathematicians versus a teacher who's not a mathematician. She can't sit down and prove like science. Science
Yeah,
is
but
pretty much, it is what can be proven, right?
yeah, okay, that's true.
Yeah.
But still, if you're a teacher, I think you have to kind of like imagine how yeah, things, why the things are the way they are. I mean, mathematics is really what you said, like it's something you can solve, and project managements are facts. Let's say that, like basic written words, not much more. But still, you can put me in a situation where I have to use those things.
I had this old dude who used to mentor me. He told me mathematics is everything. Is
Basically, yes.
everything. It's just these teachers, like we're all saying, it's just they need to find different screening process of how who they let through to be, as far as becoming a teacher and
Yeah,
whatnot.
but in my country, teachers are really, really rare because it doesn't pay that good. I mean, the study I'm doing right now, IT management manager, it if you do something like that, but you want to become a teacher, you will have to accept the fact that you will earn less, way less than you would if you did what you were educated to be.
Yeah.
mm.
I mean, yeah, and I'm not sure how that goes there, but my teachers aren't being paid that well.
Like in Germany, a lot of people say, I want to become a teacher because the payment is steady, because you get yeah, it's a steady payment, and you have holidays during the summer, during the winter, like during perfect times. Like others have to look like how many holidays I have. Like now, I kind of like earned 25 days of holiday.
Yeah.
In my firm and such, like teachers don't have to do that in Germany. Like they just sit there like, oh, I'm already planning to go to Spain or something, and they just want the payment because it's getting steady. You can also just sit down and do nothing and you still get a payment.
Yeah.
That's just
True.
it's just really weird. And the problem then is, okay, maybe a lot of teachers get worse through that, but also the good teachers who really kind of deserve it, they are getting it. But the problem is, like, you're giving also money to people who don't deserve it, which is really complex thing.
Okay, so who here lives in the UK?
You're on your own, man.
Okay, well, I've heard that the doctors, I'm not sure if it's true, that's why I asked who lives in the UK. So I can Now, in the UK, the doctors are paid by the government. Sorry, guys, I'm eating ice cream and waffles. But they're paid upon their performance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why not apply that to our teachers?
Yeah, but that's what I thought also when we talked about this. But that's really difficult. But how can you check the performance? You can't, or the way they perform in class. I mean, you cannot base it on the grades of the students.
True.
Because students are, I mean, every dumb fuck can go and do a study and just don't give a fuck. And I mean, even if he doesn't, if he tries his best, he will just fail. I mean, there are still people. So how do you check?
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of air pockets of that one.
Yeah, I mean, I would like that system on it but also what we said, like students just go for like, oh, we got nice holidays and stuff like that of the teachers, and what I hope is that my teacher is like, I want to teach because this is my passion. I wanna educate people the way I've been educated, or I want to make it even better, something like that. But I never heard somebody said that. And
Like,
also,
I want to do it.
yeah, that should be the reason why you want to do it. Like, you want to share your passion, and you want to. I mean, okay, it's fun to have those nice long holidays, but
Yeah.
that's
It's
not the
nice to have these advantages. Yeah.
Another one, please. Did you make a lot?
You want some other ice cream? Oh man.
Oh.
It was really good. I'm sorry.
You should start a ice cream shop.
Sorry about that, fellas.
No.
Should be easy.
No problem.
It's sad that I cannot have an ice cream.
No, it's too late for me to eat ice cream now.
Yeah,
It's
me
like
too.
midnight. Yeah, for you too. Yeah. Totally.
Whatever.
Never too late to eat ice cream.
However you see it.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm still eating ice.
2 o'clock? Like
Yeah.
2 o'clock or 2 p.m.
A.M.
A.m. Ha. So
Yeah. I work out a lot, dude. That's my excuse. That's my excuse.
I work a lot, but I sit on my chair. So.
Oh, I sit on my chair too. Just
Yeah, but when I work,
wow.
I don't work out. I work.
I even work out when I was working.
No, I work out. It's like a stress reliever.
Heck yeah, dude. Especially when I'm high. No
You
munchies
work
for
out
me.
when you're high?
Yeah, I figure out how to beat the munchies, man. I work out.
How the fuck do you do that? I mean, when I never tried it, but I can imagine how freaking weird it is. If you start running or something like that.
12 miles.
Oh, really? You run while you're high?
No lie, it's the best.
Did you have a trip like?
No, never. It's I don't know. It really gets you in the zone, man.
With some music on, I can understand.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
I run to reggae.
I would just start, if I do that, I would just start running slow or backwards or just going with the groove. Like, damn, this song is so good. Yeah.
No, I mean I'm that type of guy. Even if I'm not high, I still enjoy nature. I enjoy the cloud formations. I enjoy the
Yeah.
sun. But even so, like it's even intensified when I'm up there. It's everything is beautiful. Everyone you see is beautiful. It's just
Yeah. That's nice.
another one. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
He's going crazy with his ice cream.
But so, at 2 a.m. Yeah.
Oh no, it's 6:36
Oh,
p.m. right now.
you were talking about a time that you
Yeah, I would
ate ice
still
cream.
eat ice cream at.
Oh, at 2 a.m. Okay.
Wow.
It really sounds like you have a great ice cream there.
Yeah, it had vanilla and waffles, hot waffles.
Hot waffles. I do like waffles.
This is an awesome combination.
Sorry guys. I don't think I can really stay on this longer, so I can make it so you guys can still talk to each other. But is that like I gotta go right now?
Yeah, that's cool, man. I'll probably also go because it's really late and I was just watching. Even though it's weekend. It's weekend.
Yeah.
It's weekend, right? It's like Friday. What? It's like
So good.
awesome. No, it
Yeah.
was cool, man. Awesome.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna.
Yeah. I'm gonna have like I'm gonna get everything organized and stuff in the future. So I'm probably gonna have another one sometime in like within the next month. So I'll make a YouTube video earlier on in the week, just letting you guys know like before it happens, like you guys know time it's gonna be at and whatnot. So
Yeah, cool.
um so yeah, just stay tuned. And if you're not already, just like the Facebook page because I normally do a lot of updates on there. So if you can, then that'll be perfect.
No
Of
problem.
course.
All right,
Will do.
Okay.
all right, all right.
And
See you later,
don't forget
guys.
to add me on Steam.
See you, man. Later.